There's a program that's not starting up. That's not a big problem, but man. I was gonna do the thing. But, yeah, okay, this is a little bit unexpected. Hi, Aiden! Hi, Aiden! Welcome. Ah! Yeah, I noticed that you redeemed the, you know what that means, fish! So I thought, okay, I'll just open up voice mod and just lead in with that, or like introduce myself with that. Because, I wasn't playing earlier, and I would kill two birds with one stone. I would introduce myself and also just pay for the redeem for you. Pretty easily. But, no! Voice mod is being a frickin' bibbly diddly. Maybe I'll just install it? Yeah, okay, sorry, give me a second. For $9.99, I will definitely want this. I mean, I will definitely want this installed and working functionally for $9.99 later. But, hey, you know what? We'll just roll with it for now. Hi, everybody! Sorry for that false start! But yes, happy Halloween, everybody! Happy Spooky Day! The time for candy and pumpkins and screaming and ghosts and something else stereotypically spooky. I don't know. I'm just listing off random things at the top of my head. The news: you're bald but slightly regal, and your sister is more purple than before. Wait, you're bald and slightly regal. You're a king boo right now. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Just ignore me. Please just ignore me. Yes, I am excited for today. I mean, not just because, it's more Mochi Storytime stuff, but because I am pleased to be given the opportunity to read one of my favorite fanfics ever. It's a story that's pretty near and dear to my heart, actually. It's a story that I try to make a point of reading just about every Halloween, because that's where it takes place. It's a Halloween story. And I don't know. My tradition is to, buy bags of Reese's Cups. You'll see why. Reading this story on Halloween and just absorbing the festivities and the fluff, it's a good time. And I wanted to be able to share it with y'all. A few things to note, though. Chief among them being, I will be reading a modified version of the one that you can find of the story on fanfic.net. I have spent a few very late nights over the past couple weeks, or something, I actually don't remember when I started, to modify the story so that it, you know, it sounds like something I'd write, I guess? I don't know. As much as I do love the story, I do have to admit that it is very rough. I mean, it was written in the, like, late 2000s, you know, or, like, mid-2000s. And... You know, and the person who wrote it was not as... I guess not as seasoned at writing at the time. I guess, you know, they're just kind of getting started and all that, but this writer, PikamasterADV, has a lot of respect in the advanced shipping community, which, for those who don't know, that is a ship in Pokemon between Ash and May in, you know, the anime. Yeah, I'm a huge sucker for that. It's not my story, no. But it is one that I have, but I'm going to be reading a version that I have heavily modified. And actually, come to think of it, I've changed quite a bit of it that it kind of ballooned in length. Let me find it here. Okay. I found it. How many words is this? Oh my god. There's no freaking way. Wait, how many words was this originally? I need to see. Oh my god, I nearly doubled its size. Oh! Oh my god! Aren't I a silly Billy? Oh my god. According to Google, according to Firefox Reader, this takes about, this is about a 45 minute long fanfic. Like, it's about 7,000 words long, so it's not particularly short, per se. After my changes, it ballooned to almost 14,000 words. Almost double. So this is probably gonna take maybe an hour and a half. So it's gonna be a while before we get to 999, probably. You heard ship, who are we deporting? No, we're not deporting people. We are importing people into each other, into their arms. And having them kiss. Oh, you know what? Gosh dang it. So hi, UB. Hi, UB. I don't want, I'm a ghost. You're a ghost, Koo? Okay, Cookie's evil twin S'mores, man. Hey, how could S'mores be evil? Yeah, importing people into each other, basically. Yes, exactly. Can you export them to Brazil? No, I gotta at least share them with all of you. Okay, let me share them with you first, and then we can deport them to Brazil. How's that? How about that, Koo? How's that? I mean, I don't know. Well, see, here's the thing. Ash is Cantonian. May is, like... I don't even know the demonym for Hoenn. Either way, I'm pretty sure those are Japanese provinces, so, like, I don't think we'd have jurisdiction to do so. Oh, because you're S'mores, man. Hoennian? I don't know, that sounds a little bit too... I don't know, that sounds a little bit too obvious. You know what? I'm gonna look this up. Regional demonyms. Oh, holy cow, there is actually a Reddit thread about this. Wait! The Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon guidebook apparently had a list of demonyms. Okay, so it is Hoennian. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I guess for those who don't know, Cantonian, Johtoian, Sinnohan, Univin, and Collusion are some of the other demonyms. I mean, you know, besides Alolan, Galarian, and Paldean, but, you know. Don't doubt your Pokemon knowledge. Listen, I'm not doubting. I'm trusting. I'm just verifying. You know, trust but verify. Yeah, I do really love... I really do love that Game Freak, like, thought of me when they came up with that list of demonyms. Like, they knew that there was gonna be some sort of, like, dope out in the US who was gonna be like, ah, okay. Well, okay, well, these names are... Wait. Actually, no, these names are Japanese. Well, anyway, I don't know. Nintendo knew that there's gonna be some dope who wanted to know what the demonyms were and use them in everyday conversation. So, I don't know. I feel seen. I feel validated. I feel special. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway. I think we have ended this I think we've stretched this out long enough. I think it is time to show you, or I think it is time to begin our story. Before I do though, yeah, sure, sure. What I'm going to do is I want I don't actually have the overlay set up for everything. Like I don't really have the stuff ready for like actual reading. Like, you know, so far all the Mochi Storytimes thus far have been for games, you know, like actual electronic stuff that I could show you on screen and with their own music and such. But I haven't done it for actual literature yet, or like, you know, actual like written works, you know? So this is gonna be interesting. Indeed. It's gonna be interesting indeed, because it's still gonna be, you know, very rough-ish. And like, you know, how I show it and all that. But I figure we can make do until I can actually get, like, you know, commissions in, because, you know, I'm a lazy son of a gun, you know? we're gonna have to make do with something else. And I figure, since, it's nice and cozy, story time's supposed to be nice and cozy. How about a fireplace? How about we have a roaring fire? Courtesy of Cat Trumpet. Thank you, Cat Trumpet. Thank you, Cat Trumpet. Okay, I think that might be a little bit loud. Okay. Sweet. Are you reading off of something that you can make a source out of on OBS, or is it something physical that I'm reading? I could make it read it off something that's I can make a source in OBS because it's it's a fanfic. It's something that it's not only something that I could read online in its original form, but I also have an edited form that I worked on in Google Docs. But I don't think that looks very presentable. I think it's kind of I don't know, just not goodish. You know what I mean? I wanted to just a page of words that I just scroll and have everyone see is like, I don't know, it just seems kind of, I don't know. There's something about it that it's just something about it that I feel like could be better. I kind of want there to be something more visual, kind of like a fidget spinner for your eyes. You know what I mean? There's also the fact that this story, there's also the fact that this, that I don't want people reading ahead. And I don't want to have to worry about carefully positioning the windows so that people don't read ahead. Because, I could, change the impact of certain scenes, you know what I mean? But yeah, that said, I think we are ready to begin. And, hey, also for good measure, I have some, sturf, some extra aesthetic stuff to add to this, so I hope y'all enjoy. Oh, you also have to go eat Stegosaurus. Alright, sounds good. Talk to y'all later, Stegosaurus. Or Stego. Or Pink. Sorry, I keep calling it Stegosaurus. Force of habit at this point. Can you blame me? Alright. So yeah. Let us begin. Now, another thing as well, sort of as a corollary to the fact that I have modified the story to be, to be more up to my standards. Because, again, to be clear, I did not write this. This is not my story. This was written by PikamasterADV. And yeah. So therefore, he wrote it and all that. The issue, though, is that since I have had little time to actually edit a lot, I've had to pull some late nights. And by late nights, I mean up until like 3 in the morning on a work night kind of late nights. Of which last night was one of those late nights. And I still only managed to get the editing done, or at least, like, the first draft of it done by 6:30. And the thing about drafts is that they are rough. You know what I mean? So, there will probably be some mistakes in here. If things sound weird or just don't roll off the tongue better, or I don't know. I do apologize. To not only y'all, but also PikamasterADV. But I have tried my best with the time that I had. This actually, honestly, this explains a whole lot of, like, where all that time went. because, like... I mean, at first I was like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna modify this, you know, to make it sound better. And then at the end I was like, oh, oops, I just accidentally doubled the size of this thing. So, yeah. I gotta make it. Yeah, I mean, I do, but I want to make sacrifices for the art. You know what I mean? That's my justification. I'm sticking to it. Anyway, y'all have been staring at the stream starting soon screen long enough. I think it is time that we transition over to some Mochi story time. Gather around, everyone. Get your candy. I know I have my candy right here. As I mentioned before, I do have Reese's Cups. Some of my favorite candy of all time. It's S-tier candy. And, I guess in the roads of, Rosalina, let us begin. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't... Okay, OBS is not like how I... okay. Okay, what if I did this? It doesn't like how... It doesn't like it when the window is behind another window. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep that open. Over there. I'm gonna resize this. Size this. There we go. I'm just gonna keep it open on my third monitor. Because yes, I have 3 of them. Real quick, I don't know your community as well as Pika, so if you can let me know who needs a shout out when they pop in for a little bit, you'd appreciate it. Oh, of course! Eden, of course. Honestly, probably should be giving shout outs right now, but hey, I've been stalling long enough. And it's story time. Like, it's been 30 minutes. Like, I feel like Doug right now, where like, oh, it's like I say, oh, this is gonna be a short programming stream. And like 4 hours later, he's still programming. You know? So, okay. I gotta stop it. There we go. Enjoy Mochi story time. It was that time of year again. No, not for hearts, valentines, and love for ghosts. Love, but for ghosts, candy, and spooks. With a wash of oranges, yellows, and reds, fall had swept the Kanto region, and Halloween festivities were to be in full swing in just a few hours when our heroes arrived in Pewter City, having fallen victim to yet again to another ploy by Team Rocket. Ash, May, Max, and Brock were all running late, quite literally, to visit Brock's family. I've been away for a long time, Brock told the group as they hustled down the road to the familiar pewter gym and the houses where the breeder's family lived. I figured it was a good opportunity to take all my little brothers and sisters trick-or-treating since we were all so close by. I think we deserve a break too, May added as they came to the door, her lungs not yet having recovered after all the sprinting earlier. I mean, after all the hard work Ash and I have been putting into our training. I guess a little break couldn't hurt, Ash chuckled. It's not like we have anything really better to do. The electric mouse Pokemon hanging on his shoulder agreed, chiming in an enthusiastic Pika in response. Though not everyone was excited by the mere thought of a scenic respite from all the chaos. Just as long as I can get some candy, Max scoffed. Your little brothers and sisters better not be the only ones trick-or-treating, Brock. Brock shook his head with a wry smile across his face. Hey, the more the merrier. Lola, Brock's mother, opened the door and quickly drew the travelers inside her home. Sitting the group around her living room, she called Flint, Brock's father, and the rest of her children in to follow. A flood of squinty-eyed children quickly overwhelmed the Pokemon breeder, and with it came a deluge of earnest and excited story requests about his travels. Now, Lola warned before Brock had a chance to regale the details about the aforementioned Team Rocket incident just a few minutes prior. You all should go change into your costumes if you want Brock to take you trick-or-treating. Her voice had an over-the-top quality that May found slightly unnerving, but as soon as she even gave it a thought, a gasp from beside her startled her out of it. Oh gosh! Max leapt up, his eyes full of panic as he came to a truly harrowing realization. I still don't have a costume! May, quite annoyed at having almost received a heart attack from her younger brother, lightly rolled her eyes. Don't you still have it? Don't you still have the costume you wore in the Festival of the Hero from Cameron Castle, she asked, thinking he'd lost it. I'm glad I was allowed to keep mine, Ash said, smiling and not fazed by the sudden outburst himself. I like being able to address as Aaron the hero. No way, Max responded with crossed arms and a shaking head. That Prince outfit is just goofy. Not something I want to wear on Halloween. May signed in resignation. All right, I guess we'll have to go get you a costume then, won't we? Never to be weighed down by something so silly as the concept of patience, Max immediately darted out the door with a yeah! May had only just begun getting up to trail him when Ash also got out of his seat and started following close behind. Can I come too? He asked somewhat sheepishly. You might need my help to make sure Max doesn't drive you crazy. May brightened from the kind offer. Sure, Ash, she said with gusto. We won't be long, she then said after turning to Lola and the rest of her family. We'll meet you back here later. Lola nodded and sent the three of them off on their quest to find Max a costume more acceptable to his wholly evolving tastes. Darn it, Orville, stop slapping me 999 times! Which, by the way, has a digital root of 9. Heh. 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 Huh. Okay, so yeah, here's the other thing that I wasn't prepared for. So I also wanted to do this thing, you know, like with written stuff to like have a playlist of music, play at certain moments. And I didn't have time to do all that, so I'm going to be winging it quite a bit, so please bear with me. Yes, how are you doing, Orville? How are you doing? How you doing? Ash was the last one to leave, and make sure the door was securely closed on his way out, contrary to how Max left it. He was almost a dot in the distance by the time they crossed the threshold, and they had to pick up the pace to catch up to him before he ended up disappearing entirely. Slow down, Max! May wheezed at him. Her breathing had again given way to sharp knives in her chest, and she almost feared that she was going to collapse from exhaustion. That candy isn't going anywhere! Max stopped for a moment to face them. Not if it takes us 1 billion years to get ready first, he countered, tapping his wrist like he had a watch. Hurry up, slowpokes! May clutched her clavicle to hopefully numb the pain as she dragged her lead-infused feet along. This is not exactly what I had in mind by taking a break, she complained in a low voice, to which Ash chuckled, amused yet sympathetic. Afterwards, she simply bit her tongue and drudged through as quickly as she could despite her craving for oxygen. Mercifully, Max had sometimes slowed down to give them both a chance to catch up, so after a few minutes, they were side by side once more, giving his sister another, hopefully more permanent chance to breathe. Leaves rustled as groups of people passed by, either trick-or-treating themselves or simply enjoying the warm autumn air. Ash had noted that it was drier than usual, which certainly had a hand in making the atmosphere more inviting and less dreary, as October had sometimes been for him in his experience. Light rains, clouds, chilly temperatures, and sometimes even snow made the month a bit of a mixed bag for him historically. But having to wear no more than his regular shirt, vest, and pants made that day particularly cozy. Or maybe there's something else to it. Like a sweet haze in the air that had calmed his nerves and relaxed his spirit. It was subtle, and it continuously wafted in and out of existence as they walked on the path leading to the more commercial area of Pewter City. So the smell of leaves and wood sometimes overpowered it. Almost like shampoo? Ephemeral as it was, it always returned, and it curiously seemed to be at its most potent when he shot a glance in May's direction. But suddenly, the silence that had kept Ash tethered to his fantasy world had broken, freeing his mind to realize that, while he'd been daydreaming, they had already reached the block of shops that allegedly had costumes for sale. They had asked Max this question out of the blue, and his heart rate spiked from the sudden cessation of peace. So, why don't you like that prince costume anyway? Her tone was genuinely curious, and if one could look closely, her face had a hint of what one would call envy. I think it's gallant. If they had one my size, I would be dying to wear it. That's exactly why I don't like it, Max responded stiffly, as though he had been asked that question a dozen times and had since grown weary of answering. It looks like something that you would dress up as. I'd rather go as a Pokémon. May growled, the offense in her voice quite audible. But I used to dress up as Pokémon for Halloween, Max! Yet he pushed his glasses up to his nose, smirking devilishly. Yeah, like the skitty you dressed up last year. Ash could sense May's temper rising. Nex's egging her on was surely going to make it reach a fever pitch if he didn't intervene like he offered. Hoping desperately to diffuse the situation. Actually, hold on, I want to move this over. Hoping desperately to diffuse the situation, Ash butted in with, the last time I went trick-or-treating, I went as Professor Oak, adding a shy laugh for good measure. May blinked curiously. The last time? Professor Oak! Max exclaimed, almost failing to choke down his laughter. Ash nodded, more an acknowledgement to May than to give Max's heckling the time of day. Last time I went trick-or-treating was before I became a Pokemon trainer, but every year since I haven't. Mostly because I've been on the road, but I guess I've just grown out of it, Ash said pensively. Maybe I'm too old to trick-or-treat. Well, I hope I never get too old, May declared while looking at the late afternoon sky, which, besides some wisps of cloud, is completely clear. I love Halloween. You meet so many different people, and you can't tell who they are because of their masks. It's like Romeo and Juliet! So romantic! Max gagged facetiously and stepped closer to Ash, thoroughly repelled by the girlishness he was almost afraid was contagious. I still can't believe you went your last year as Professor Oak, Max snickered quietly, hoping it would change the subject back. Hey now, Professor Oak is really popular, especially with kids. That year, my rival Gary also went as Professor Oak. As he continued to reminisce about the festivities of old, however, he started feeling depressed. Gary would always wear the same costumes as me, and a better one too. There's a particular Halloween I remember a long time ago. And that's the thing about, that's the thing about this story, it's framed. In two separate eras, more or less. Both in the future and, well, the present and the past. It's reminiscing about an old Halloween that he had. Here we are, honey, Delia told her son as she walked him into the party room by his hand. She stepped up to her teacher and greeted him. Delia! A younger and darker-haired Professor Oak gave the woman a hug. I'm so glad you can make it. You better be, she said in a jokingly threatening manner. After that homework you assigned today. I only got it done so I could take Ash to this party. Well, I had to throw something with the convention in town, the professor prattled on, seemingly apologetic by the way he held his hand at the back of his head. The dark-haired boy tugged his blue arm from his mother's hand. Mommy, he whined. Can I go to the party now? Delia leaned over and smiled at her small child. Of course, Ash, she said with a smile. Okay, yeah, that's proofreading I could have caught. I didn't catch it. Ignore it. Make sure you wear this, though, she warned him, placing her hand on the Pokemon mask that hung around his neck and moving it over his face, much to his chagrin. Squirtle, he said disappointedly. It's really hot, Mommy. You wanted to go as a Pokemon, she told him. I said that a ghost or a prince wouldn't be quite so warm, but you insisted on a Pokemon, so here you are. All right, then, he gave in. Can I go play with the other kids now? His mother smiled again, shooing him off. Run along, dear. And then her little Squirtle ran into the room where all the children were standing around, hoping to join in with some games. Happy to see her son integrate into a clique of children already, Delia turned back to the professor and changed the subject. The battle showcase was really informative, but where did you say that man who was about my age was from again? She asked, blushing furiously. Oak laughed in delight over his student's sudden display of vulnerability. That's a no-go, Delia. He's married. Oh, and it's Hoenn. Just as the clock had struck 5 p.m., Ash, May, and Max found themselves at a costume shop. It was a somewhat farther walk than they anticipated, for the sun had begun to set around town, but Ash was sure that a part of it was just a trick of the light, making it feel later than it was. The days were getting shorter, after all. Max spent no time idling about and dashed inside. All right, finally! I I can't wait to pick out a costume. I accidentally scared Kiki away. I'm sorry, Kiki. May was next, unzipping her pack and taking out what looked to Ash like the pink dress she herself had worn during the festival mentioned earlier, asking the shopkeeper if she could change into her costume. The kindly woman agreed, nodding behind her bifocal lenses and directing her to the changing rooms. Max, caught in between a couple different aisles and paralyzed by the power of choice, shifted his eyes to and fro in a dizzying rhythm before giving up and asking for help deciding. Fortunately, the shopkeeper stepped out from behind the counter and walked over to assist, this surely not being the first occurrence. Ash's mom had a thing for no... No, I think that's... I don't even know, man. I don't think so. I think that was just... How do you even know that was Norman? I think that was... No, that was someone else, I'm pretty sure. That was someone else, I'm pretty sure. But incidentally, no, I don't think they interacted at all in the anime. It was just... I don't know, just a little thing that... It's just, I don't know. Or Juan? Or Wallace? Yeah, exactly. You don't know who it could be. You just know he's Hoennian. No, not Kiki. Yeah. But you didn't say anything, just that he's from Hoenn, so you just assume Norman. Yeah, well, there are a lot of men in Hoenn, man. So no. Good guess, though. Good guess. May was next, unzipping her pack and taking out what looked to Ash like the... Oh, wait, I already read that. Oops. Ash followed the shopkeeper's directions to the changing rooms himself and took his costume out of the pack. Warm, cheerful memories of when he had last worn it flashed through his mind as he felt the fabric between his fingers. Though despite the heroic story woven into the cloth, the cape and general dark color of the costume gave it a fiendish quality. Perfect for Halloween, he decided. After a few minutes, he emerged from the changing room, hitting his door against another. May closed her door as Ash had, and so he caught a glimpse of her attire. A ball gown layered with pink and red cloth, which rose to reveal a pair of worn yet still servable slippers as she spun. On the small of her back was a large beautifly pin, and the angle also made obvious to him that she even made the effort to wrap her bandana into a bow, tying her hair behind her head and giving the illusion of letting it down. So, how do I look, Ash? She asked him, arms wide as her white blouse curtained the rest of her outfit, sleeves puffed and adorned with small bows themselves. She was smiling in anticipation, clearly proud of her handiwork. Ash could feel his face heating up, and he immediately wished he had a mask to conceal the flush. Still, he resisted, averting his gaze, not that he could if he wanted, and complimented her with, "That looks really nice, May." Thank goodness his voice hadn't also started cracking from the nerves, at least. "Thanks, Ash," she replied with a giggle. "You don't look bad yourself." Princesses and heroes just go together, I guess. He couldn't help but chuckle at the observation, and May also joined in when she must have realized it herself. Just then, before Ash could burn the image of May's costume into his mind, the changing room to his left opened up as a green figure about Max's height stepped out, dragging his green tail across the ground. "Trico," said the Pokémon in Max's voice. May placed her hands on her hips and stared down at her brother, almost looking offended at the sight. "That silly costume's not gonna fool anyone, Max." "It's not supposed to, sis, or people will be giving me Pokéblock instead of candy," Max responded indignantly. "Well, I still think it's a stupid costume," May retorted as she crossed her arms, pouting. Ash's voice acted on its own terms before he could think. Oh, oops, that was supposed to be a crossfade. I have my own Unity project open. Ash's voice acted on its own before he could speak. "Hey, don't say that!" he snapped in Max's defense, with a visceral sharpness that surprised even him. "Just because you don't like the costume doesn't mean it's stupid." May and Max looked at each other, slightly shocked. And even Pikachu had been silenced, shuffling uncomfortably on Ash's shoulder as his trainer realized what even just happened. "Ash?" May asked the voice cautiously nonplussed. "What's up?" "I'm sorry," he stammered, feeling genuinely guilty for his tone. "It just reminds me of how Gary treated me and a friend of mine in my story earlier." Okay, actually, I do not know the right music for this. You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna keep Scent of Silence. Let's just keep going with Scent of Silence here. A very young Ash was proud of the costume his mother made for him. She had stayed up late many nights at her sewing machine. I can relate! At least with this. Getting a squirrel costume ready for this big night. She made the tail herself out of old socks she dyed blue, and dressed Ash in light blue sweat clothes under the shell she made out of paper mache. He proudly paraded around the room, talking to the other children, who were in awe at how well made his costume was compared to their own. Except for one child, and his group, who were already preoccupied. What are you supposed to be? The young Gary Oak, his rival, asked a child from behind a store-bought squirrel mask. A Shuppet, the child responded. My mommy made this costume for me. A Shuppet? Gary said with disdain in his voice. What kind of Pokemon is a Shuppet? It's a ghost Pokemon, It's a ghost Pokemon, the child said, spinning their costume around, causing the bottom of the black sheet it was cut from to rise up, momentarily exposing their legs. That makes it really good for Halloween. There's no such Pokemon as Shuppet, Gary declared. And I'd be the one to know. My grandpa's Professor Oak. Yeah, kid. A girl dressed as a Clefairy from Gary's getting taunted. You don't know who you're messing with. It is so a Pokemon, Shuppet shouted at him. I saw my daddy fighting one. You're just being a liar, Gary shouted, shoving Shuppet to the ground. The child fell in their rear end and began to cry from inside the dome mask made specially for the costume. You look like a big Hershey's Kiss, he taunted, laughing. What a stupid costume. Automatically, Ash's legs acted in swift order, and he found himself leaping between Gary and Shuppet. Hey, leave him alone, he demanded, his anger beginning to boil. Why'd you shove that kid down? Gary didn't recognize Ash in the costume, but his attitude made his own identity apparent. Apparent, not apparent. That's not a word. This punk said there's a Pokemon that I don't know about. Me! He pulled the mask off his face, revealing his spiky hair and angry mood. Gary Oak! Ash, on the other hand, kept his identity concealed. How are you so sure there isn't a Pokemon as, his voice trailed off as the name of this new mystery Pokemon tap danced on the tip of his tongue. Shuppet, the other costume child said, still on the floor, nursing what might become a bruise. A Shuppet, yeah. Maybe it's from a faraway place, and your grandpa just doesn't see it often. His heart was thumping in his chest, making him a little dizzy, but exhilarated. He always wanted to catch Gary on something regarding Pokemon, and he could finally seize the chance to do so as it so readily presented itself. While he didn't want to reveal himself in front of all the other Palette children and complicate things further, he still relished the thought about everyone talking about the squirrel that upstaged Gary. Of course, like all good debaters, instead of attacking the facts, Gary attacked the costume. I guess you'd have to defend that, kid, seeing as you both have crappy costumes. Ash's heartbeat quickened even further, but this time by rage. It took the resistance of a dam holding back floodwaters to keep his hands off of him. Hey, my mom worked hard on this costume! Take that back! Fine, Gary snickered. Your costume is worse than that fake Shuppet Pokemon! Just then, a storm surge had broken the dam, keeping Ash's primal instincts in check. With all his might, he shoved Gary back into the posse of girls behind him and roared, Take that back, Gary! Like bowling pins, Gary fell to the ground hard while causing some of the girls to stumble to catch him. After the shock of the impact rescinded, he looked up at his assailant and started to whimper and cry. I'm gonna tell the professor on you, he shouted, his eyes watering. Go ahead and run then, Ash scoffed. Let everyone know that Gary Oak is a tattletale! With the help from his posse, Gary got back up, turned to his assistant, and swallowed his tears before scampering off and leading his group to follow close behind. I'll get you both back for this! Y'all see! May listened to the story with piqued interest as she, Ash, Pikachu, and Max walked back to Brox's house in costume. Did Gary ever get you back for that? She asked. Ash shook his head as he left. No. To this day, I don't even think he realized it was me. That's good, May said with a sigh of relief. Max, on the other hand, was becoming thoroughly disinterested in the story and wanted desperately to talk about literally anything else. As they turned the corner around Pewter Gym, he made it like a flight pilot and announced, We're almost back at Brock's! We can finally go trick-or-treating! To their chagrin, the home of the Pewter Gym family was dark, unlike how they had left. Ash walked up to the door with Pikachu on his shoulder. He knocked on it, and after a few moments, without a response, tried to twist the knob open. It's locked. May rolled her eyes. If it was open, we'd be standing inside by now, she griped. Now what are we gonna do? Before they had a chance to panic and call for a search party, Max asked, Hey, what's that? And he picked up a piece of paper that had been halfway slipped under the door. He adjusted his glasses and began to read. It's in Brock's handwriting. My family wanted to go trick-or-treating before y'all got back. I'm sorry I couldn't stall them later. You guys go have a good time and meet us back here later. Oh well, May sighed. That just means we can take our time instead of being rushed around by a mob of kids, I guess. The group, still undeterred from the slight delay, began down the road into a cul-de-sac close to Brock's house. They saw children, all in costume, being escorted by their parents from house to house, giggling and complaining as they compared candy bags. Max produced a paper sack from his backpack and headed to the first porch they came to on the row. Pika, the yellow Pokemon on Ash's shoulder said as he tugged at his hair impatiently. Oh, I'm not going trick-or-treating, Pikachu, he told his partner. I'm too old for it. Pikachu, nevertheless, sighed and looked longingly at the door. Ash groaned. I'm not going, but if you want to, you can. He took a small plastic sandwich bag from his backpack and handed it to Pikachu. His ears immediately perked up. He graciously took the bag, quickly ran up behind Max and stood at the door to get candy. When Pikachu and Max reached the door, Ash turned around, surprised to see May not having followed them. What about you? Aren't you going? He asked. Oh, well, May looked a bit flustered, spinning her index fingers around each other and looking to the side. I was actually hoping that you'd tell me more of that story with you and that Shuppet kid. I guess I'm too old to do something as childish as trick-or-treat, too. Ash smiled, pleasantly surprised someone took enough interest in his story to ask him to continue. As Max and Pikachu waved them over to the next house, Ash and May followed them from a distance, far enough from the blubbering of conversation that they could have their own peace and quiet. All right then. Now, where was I? Are you okay, Shuppet? Ash asked his new friend as he helped them to their feet. Yeah, thanks, they said, audibly glad that the immediate threat had passed. They tilted their horned head, which had large, colorful teardrop eyes staring back at him alongside a confident-looking smile. What kind of Pokemon are you and that rude Gary kid dressed as? Oh, it's called Squirtle, Ash said, proud that he knew something about Pokemon that someone else didn't, and elated to be given the chance to pass on that knowledge. Okay then, Squirtle, nice to meet you, Shuppet holding out a hand. Ash took it and shook it. Nice to meet you too, Shuppet. Ash then looked around the room. After the flaring of tensions had passed, the rest of the children were making Gary the center of attention, as he told stories about how great he was, in comparison to his rival, whom he'd left nameless. Hey, you want to go trick-or-treating, Shuppet? Asked Ash. Shuppet's feet shuffled awkwardly. My mommy and daddy told me to leave here. I don't think I should. Come on, Ash pressured them. We won't be gone that long. Maybe we'll get lots of candy, too. Gosh dang it, Koo! Also, thank you for reminding me that I need to move that source back. So, thank you for that. Come on, Ash pressured them. We won't be gone that long. We'll be able to get lots of candy, too. You could hear Shuppet smack their lips from behind the mask. Well, I do like candy. So, are we gonna go? He's practically hopping up and down in excitement. After a few seconds of thinking and letting out some indecisive sighs and hums, Shuppet finally let out a quick forceful nod in agreement. Okay, let's get candy! Ash did not need to be told twice. Following his lead, the two children snuck out the back of the party room, careful to avoid the watchful eyes of the adults talking amongst themselves from the other side, and the children too preoccupied with Gary's tall tales to even really care, and began walking down the street together, which had long since been lit only by streetlights and some occasional Halloween decor. Where are we going, Squirtle? Shuppet asked after a couple minutes, standing close to Ash so as to not get lost in the dark. Haven't you ever walked around here before? Mm-mm. Shuppet shook their head. I'm from far away. I don't even know what this place is called. Pallet Town, Ash laughed as he took his friend by the hand and led them down the street. He was still so excited every step was nearly a skip. He never really sneaked off on his own before, let alone with a kid he just met, so he found the experience energizing, if a little scary when considering the risk of getting caught. In his elation, he moved so fast that his new friend tripped over their feet, but somehow still managed to right themselves. Are you okay? Ash asked apologetically, making sure to slow down. Yeah, Puppet stuttered. I'm alright. Relieved to see that they were okay, he smiled through his mask. My house isn't that far from here. We'll go and get some pillowcases so we can hold our candy. He wasn't entirely sure where his mom kept all the plastic bags and stuff. They're too dangerous, she'd always say. So he knew they would have to improvise in the meantime. Shuppet didn't seem to care either way, as they squealed yummy as they clutched his hand tighter and let him lead the way further down the street. Before long, they both stepped into the front lawn of Ash's house. Tried to open the door, but predictably, it too was locked. Another puzzle, it seemed. He looked around for a way to get in, and after a few seconds, he spotted the tree that towered nearby. Just like that, a light bulb went off in his head. "Come on, this way," he said while reaching for the highest possible branch. "Help me climb this so I can get in my window." "Okay." The other child grabbed hold of Ash's legs and lifted with all their might. A feat, considering the costume itself was rather heavy and made it difficult to get a steady grip. They gave it a few seconds before, in between pain grunts, plopping to the ground in defeat. "I can't lift you. Why don't you just lift me up there instead?" Not a bad idea, he thought. He went down on one knee to give Shuppet a better chance to climb. They managed to get onto his shoulders without much difficulty, and he held them up as they sat with their legs dangling off. Ash wasn't a champion arm wrestler or anything, but he was still surprised at how seemingly light they were. Though perhaps the weight of his costume shell had primed him enough to carry more than he thought he could. Shuppet grabbed the tree deftly and started to climb after Ash helped him up. His gaze was distracted by the shiny black dress shoes that revealed themselves as Shuppet climbed upward. They looked rather new indeed, not used more than once or twice before. You could practically whiff the clean shoe smell. Ash watched as his new friend scrambled up the branches over the window that led into his room, taking care not to slip or misgrab and end up falling off. After a close call towards the end that resulted in a couple moments of them needing to take a breather, they did eventually reach the window. "Hey, Squirtle!" Shuppet called from above. "I'm gonna climb into your room and go unlock the door, alright?" "Alright!" Ash called back and went to stand expectantly in front of his door. "Hey!" Both Ash and May started to hear Max's voice suddenly pull them back to Earth, to find that the sun had now completely set and made way to a dark shroud in its place. The moon, waxing and nearly full, hung overhead and lit the path where the streetlights and jack-o'-lanterns could not. Ahead, they found Max standing in front of them at a fork in the road, shrugging. "Which way do we go now?" May sighed. "I don't care, Max. Let's just go some way so we can get going again." Max pulled out the Pokénav. "It's 7:32 p.m. now," he said, clicking buttons on the small device. "If we go this way and hit a new house at the rate of about 1 a minute," he looked around and immediately pointed down the left fork in the road, "we can loop back around to Brock's house by 8 o'clock. May gave her green little brother a quizzical look. "Wait, if you had the Pokénav, then why'd you want to ask us?" "Well, you and Ash have been doing nothing but talk the whole time," Max said bluntly as he pushed his glasses up. "It's kind of weird." May blushed and waved her brother off. "Oh, we were just talking about Halloween from the past. Nothing more." "Whatever," Max said. "Going around on Halloween in a costume and not trick-or-treating is weird enough. I'm not gonna get you to rub any more of your weirdness onto me." "Hey, I'm a Pokemon trainer," May retorted indignantly, "and as such, I'm too mature to do something as childish as trick-or-treating." Ash could feel the conflict scaling to uncomfortable levels, so much so they had begun to shudder. Hey guys," Max interrupted before he got too out of hand. "Let's calm down. This is just like what happened with me and Shuppet that year." "Oh, jeez," Max groaned, rolling his eyes. "That again? Let's just get walking." They continued down the road without any protests, lest they incur the funny-looking Trico's wrath. He ended up fast-walking quite far ahead from Ash and May, with Pikachu not too far behind him. That night's third new empty sandwich bag firmly clasped in his mouth and eagerly awaiting to be filled as well. Soon noting that the two were clearly out of earshot, May walked closer to Ash's side. "Do you remember what you argued with Shuffet about?" she asked in almost a whisper, as though a part of her were afraid they'd be eavesdropped on. Ash nodded and spoke at a masked softness. "Yeah, I do." Do I start playing Luma again? Screw it. Shuppet took a worrying amount of time opening the door, but when they did, Ash couldn't help but cheer. "Thanks, Shuppet," he said as he walked into the darkened house. Fortunately, he knew the terrain like the back of his hand, so he had no issue navigating upstairs to a room to flick on the light for his guest. Shuppet quietly followed. "So," they shyly asked while looking around, "is this your room?" "Yeah, isn't it awesome?" It would seem Ash wasn't above showing off after all. He turned to a particular corner of the room that was in a state of organized chaos and started digging as if for treasure. "I have so many cool toys to play with." "But I thought we were going to get candy," Shuppet huffed. In embarrassment, he slapped his mask, inadvertently booping his nose pretty hard, but laughing at his expense just the same. "Sorry," he said, between self-conscious chuckles. "I kind of forgot about that." Focused on the mission once more, he took the pillow off his bed and removed it from its case, tossing it to Shuppet. "Here's yours." Afterwards, he turned to the decorative pillow that had just been sitting next to it, grasped it firmly, and grunted, And here is mine! As he tore it open with all his might. For such a frail-looking thing, it was surprisingly resistant to his might. The seams held their own for a few seconds before Tash's fingers' relief, giving way with a sharp pop. He took the stuffing out of it, which felt like cotton snow onto the floor alongside the action figures and toy cars. There! Now we can go trick-or-treating, he said proudly, as the last of the white fluff exited the now empty fabric. Sorry, I'm just so tongue-twisted tonight. He hopped off his bed and looked at Shuppet, who by then was silently looking at Ash's collection of Pokémon figures. Wow, they said, awestruck, thoroughly too distracted to see Ash walking out the door to his room. I had no idea there's so many different kinds of Pokémon out there. Apparently, it was Shuppet's turn to be reminded of the objective, with an echoey call of, "Hey, come on!" coming from the bottom of the stairway. In a panic, they tightened their grip on the empty pillowcase and started running in Ash's direction down the stairs. But in their haste, they stepped on the end of their costume and tumbled face forward. There was little time to yelp, and even less time to grab a hold of the handrail to save themselves. Fortunately, they were already mostly down the stairs when they stumbled, and so Ash was in position to quickly react and catch them into his arms. "Are you okay?" Ash cried, concerned over his new friend's well-being. "You almost took a bad fall." Shuppet's mind was blank for a moment as they processed what had just happened in quick succession. 1 minute they were on the steps just fine, and before they knew it, they got a weird sense of vertigo for a split second before suddenly ending up cradled in someone's embrace. They blinked for a moment underneath their costume before stuttering. "Yeah, I'm okay," and then quickly broke away, embarrassed. "I should have remembered what my mommy told me about running downstairs. Thank you for catching me, Squirtle." Glad that they were all right, Ash widely grinned from behind his mask and gave a quick nod. With that matter having been resolved, the duo then left Ash's house and began their trek down the road. Multiple homes and apartments with their porch lights lit dotted either side in an erratic marquee, so they knew where to start their sweep, being sure to skip over the houses whose lights were off. One by one, they stopped at each house to knock on the door and declare the age-old festive greeting, "Trick or treat!" before opening their pillowcases expectantly. Sometimes they were greeted by older couples, who would generously drop a few small candy bars in their sacks. Other times they met single parents who would gush to the children about how cute they looked in their homemade costumes. Occasionally, though, they'd encounter rather grumpy individuals, whether older grouches or students who stayed in that night away from the noisy kids, who would begrudgingly drop one shiny jawbreaker or spicy candy while muttering as politely as possible for them to buzz off through, at best, strained smiles. Regardless of how they were treated, however, or how they were treated or tricked, Shuppet would always bow and warmly say, "Thank you very much." Ash, however, sometimes ran off without saying anything, which had made them feel uncomfortable and a little bit annoyed. "You should be more respectful to the people giving us candy, Squirtle," they warned them sternly. Ash stopped and turned his head, confused. "What? I said trick or treat, didn't I?" "Yes, but they might get better if lots of kids don't say thank you as well. My mommy told me so." There we go. Ash took offense to Shuppet's claim, crossing his arms. "Well, I want to make sure I can hurry up and get the most candy I can," he barked, probably more harshly than he intended. "If I say thanks, that's just more time lost." Shuppet shook their head angrily, made all the more intimidating by the costume's striking ringed gaze. "But aren't people's feelings more important than getting more candy?" They fired back with a fervor equally indicative of moral indignation. "If that wasn't true, you'd have eaten candy while Gary picked on me!" Ash was taken aback. They were right, of course. That was something he never really considered. He could guarantee there was no universe where he would have sat idly by and stuffed his gob full of chocolate if he knew his rival was tormenting another kid. It would have been unthinkable, no, unconscionable, and he'd sooner throw his bag of candy away than be in such a world where he'd turn a blind eye to one in need. And yet he also couldn't deny that not even acknowledging the kindness of others going out of their way to provide him sweets was also very inconsiderate. They weren't obliged to do that. If someone had done that to him, then... It was at that moment he empathized with the grouchy old folks and annoyed students they encountered thus far. Was he a part of the reason why they were like that? The realization made him feel shame, and his face had heated up considerably, made even worse by the mass trapping of the heat inside. He averted his gaze and put a hand to the back of his head. "I'm sorry, Shuppet. I was just being stupid." His tone was soft, audible but crackling with remorse. Shuppet patted him on the back and giggled in the hopes of lightening the mood and soothing his feelings. "It's okay. Just as long as you do it next time." Oh, wait, no. I don't want to do that one. Sorry, I spent way too much time picking the right songs that I want. The perfect song. Ash mentally returned to the present time and eyed Max and Pikachu as they ran to the next house on their route. Feeling a strong desire to honor his old friend, he warned, "Make sure to say thank you, Max." "I will," he shouted back. His tone suggested it was more to get him off his back than a genuine check on his behavior, but Ash figured that having him keep the warning in mind would influence his behavior just enough. That was good enough for him. "You learned some pretty good manners from Shuppet, huh?" May teased, nudging Ash playfully. His cheeks tinted pink, and he was grateful to whatever deity who watched over him that the color in his face was imperceptible in the dark. Nevertheless, Ash fought through it with a grin. "Yeah, I gotta go keep the aesthetic going." "Yes, exactly! You get me, Aiden! Yeah! The homies get me! Gotta love the homies. I appreciate you, homie!" Nevertheless, Ash fought through it with a grin. "Yeah, we had a blast that night. We got so much candy that we even traded some and little toys between each other afterwards." "So, what cool stuff did you get?" a much younger Ash asked, turning the light on as they sat in the living room in his house, having concluded their mission for the night and took inventory of their spoils. He and Shuppet had turned their bags over, unleashing a deluge of vibrant wrappers and bags filled with an assortment of chocolate, fruit sweets, and other delectables. They made sure to keep the piles separated, guarding their gains from the other, lest their stock get poached from under their noses. "Oh, I got some Reese's Cups," Shuppet giggled, organizing their candy by type. "These are my favorites!" And just like that, that's my cue! I got my Reese's Cup ready just for this moment! So, small Reese's Cup break. Smile. Oh my god. Oh, this is S tier candy. They were indeed a high tier candy, he thought. Yeah, guess who wrote that part? But a few other items caught his eye in Sweet Tooth. Ash picked up a rolled up candy, its wrapper mostly transparent and showing pale yet colorful tablets that crumbled between one's teeth and unleashed a delightful burst of tartness. "I like these. They're called Smarties. I wonder if they'll make me smarter than Gary one day." Sorry, I'm taking small bites in between. Actually, I should just swallow this whole. Give me a sec. Nom nom. My god! Oh, this is so good! Oh! Who invented these things anyway? Oh! Had to take a drink too. Oof. So rich, so delectable. So heavenly. Anyway, as I said, I like these. They're called Smarties. I wonder if they'll make me smarter than Gary one day. Shuppet laughed. No need. You already are, they said between giggles. To me, at least. His ego admittedly inflated, Ash was still quite touched at the sentiment. He laughed himself, and, in thanks, tossed a Reese's Cup in his new friend's direction. It took them a second to realize what had happened. After recovering from shock, Shuppet turned to Ash and cheered. "Yay! Thanks, Squirtle!" "Hey, I don't get compliments that I'm better than Gary very often," he said, beaming underneath his mask. "Don't mention it." Shuppet crawled over to Ash, taking care to not crush any of their candy. "It's true, though! That Gary's just a jerk. So stuck up on his grandpa's position. My daddy's important, too, and I certainly don't get a big head." "Really?" Ash asked in surprise. "What's your dad like?" "Oh, he's a great Pokemon trainer." Shuppet stood up and made aggressive poses, swinging their arms to and fro as though they were throwing a Pokeball with all their might. "They've been saying he's going to become a gym leader soon." They then turned to Ash, excited. "What's your daddy like?" Unexpectedly for them, however, the mood in the room dropped considerably as Ash sat down and stared at his candy wistfully. I don't know, my dad," he breathed in little more than a whisper. Concerned, Shuppet crawled over closer and sat next to Ash. "Why not? Don't you have a daddy?" "My dad left my mom before I was born," he sighed. It was hard to find the words to give the whole experience more meaning for him. Like it was worth something, or that if he just waited more patiently, it would someday change. But he simply couldn't find any. How could he, when he could only pretend, and poorly to boot, that it was nothing more than a lifelong constant for him, having not witnessed the event himself? Instead, all he could say to expand on it through uneven breaths and a still monotone voice was, he just left. I don't know what happened to him or what he was even like. Shabbat looked down, lost for words. Oh, was all they could manage. More to break the dead air more than anything. But they surely didn't feel like it was any substitute for actual comfort. They'd stepped on a landmine, and they weren't sure how to proceed. They could have said something optimistic like, he'll come back eventually, but anyone would have rightfully labeled that as false hope. Instead, they did the only thing that they felt specially empowered to do. Wait... Of course not, Aiden! This is just a Halloween from way back then. Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was? Oh my god, that is a good point! Why didn't I think of that? Oh my god. I can't believe I spent all this time not adding that plot twist, man! Man, now the real one's just gonna be like... Oh boy! Oh gee! Oh no, it's not nearly as cool! That becoming a gym leader, like... Yeah, I know, like, that makes sense, right? That makes sense! Like, it's perfect! It all lines up perfectly! But no. Not gonna spoil anything, but no, no. Okay, anyway, where was I? I could have said something optimistic like, he'll come back eventually, but anyone would have rightfully labeled that as false hope. So instead, they did the only thing they felt especially empowered to do. The child reached over to pick up a small green Polytoad toy from Ash's candy pile and set it in front of him. These always cheer me up, they said as they held their finger down on the end of it. With a comedic sprawling to accompany it, the toy hopped through the air and landed back into Ash's candy again to swim along the treats, its natural habitat. And Wallace would be too young and also doesn't have kids. Wait, really? I actually didn't know that one. Come to think of it. There aren't really a whole lot of adults in... Oh, nor confirmed parents, were they? But then again, this is based on the anime too, so there are a lot of side characters and stuff that were parents that they've surely met, so, you know. I guess this is more for those people, and I guess I've said too much. Anyway. For Ash, that was enough to garner a little chuckle out of him, and the stiffness in his body had relaxed as his mind drifted away from the stark reminder of his reality. Thank you, Shuffit. Really. They patted him on the back gently in support, and then stepped over to their own candy pile once more. While Ash mimicked them with a sprawling of his own as he launched the toy himself, they scanned the pile as if to look for something specific, but after about a minute of parting the sea of sugar to inspect each piece, they lowered their head, causing the horn to droop at a truly pitiful angle. No, I don't seem to have a little Polytoad toy. Well, that won't be a problem. Suddenly, Ash picked it up with a show of force to surprise even him, broke it in half neatly down the middle where a seam had stretched. Satisfied, he tossed one half to Shuppet and sat down, and then began finagling his half to get it to jump. Here, we can share mine, Ash offered. Shuppet, while grateful, was tickled pink at the strange offer as they set their half down on the ground. I don't think it's gonna jump so good anymore, Squirtle. It's gonna work, see? It took a couple of tries to hold it right, but he showed that, yes, if you press his finger on the middle and let go, it would still perform an impressive aerial trick, albeit a diagonal one. It can still jump. You're right, Shuppet gasped, thoroughly impressed with his ingenuity. They picked up their half again and held it in the same way Ash did, getting it to make a magnificent leap into his face on the first try. Both of them laughed hysterically at the slapstick comedy that was just materializing wholesale from their shared memento, as though it was truly the funniest material they'd ever seen in their lives. Well, by young, I mean to have a child Ash's age. Well, bear in mind, we don't actually... Wait a minute. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, Hayden. I guess I don't really consider that. But still, that's also makes it perfect. Anyway. Anyway, yeah. Both of them laugh hysterically at the slapstick comedy that was just materializing wholesale from their shared memento, as though it was truly the funniest material they'd ever seen in their lives. Within the company of a good friend, though, perhaps it was. The two children continued to bounce around their polytoad halves in ignorant bliss. Sproings would be called every other second as they leapt from the floor to the couch to the coffee table. Eventually, they thought it would be fun to have a game to try to get them to jump as close to an agreed-upon target as possible, sweetening the deal, literally, with wages of candy. The competition was quite fierce on account of neither one being able to reliably aim their shots. Speaking of not being able to reliably aim their shots, I can relate to that! As a freaking Squiffer player. Sorry, let me stop. I'm sorry, let me stop ruining the story. You're not ruining the story, Aiden. I love this engagement going on. It proves that it proves that you're listening and that indeed you are excited and curious. I love that. That's what I hope for in Mochi Storytime. That is precisely what I hope for. This continued for a while, but just when Ash was about to concede surrender of one of his Three Musketeers bar, the front door suddenly slammed open. While the loud crash started Shuppet enough for them to completely choke their winning shot, neither child ended up remembering the score as they saw a distressed Delia storm in. She was sweating and panting as though she had just completed a marathon, and her face was as pale as if she saw a ghost, and not a cute, precocious one asking for a chocolate bar. She breathed a sigh of relief when she spotted them, but the look on her face was no less fierce. "There you are, young man," she said angrily as she marched up to Ash. "What are you doing here? Why did you leave the party?" More figures soon followed behind her. A man with a receding hairline and a woman carrying a small baby in her arms. "Are they in here?" the man asked, his voice booming and confident, yet tinged with anxiety of his own. Delia turned to the man, a quick blush blessing her face with some of the color that had been lost. "Yeah, here they are." Excited, Shuffy quickly got up and ran over to their parents. "Mommy, Daddy," they said with a bounce of their step. "I got to go trick-or-treating with Squirtle. We got lots of candy." "I thought I told you not to leave the party," Shuffet's mom said to her child, stern and somewhat intimidating, but decidedly less frantic than Delia's near panic attack. "We were so worried." Ash hadn't spoken for a while since the raid of adults entered the house. He was glad that his mask had been covering his face, for it was flushed a deep crimson with shame and guilt, and it took all his willpower to stave off the temptation to withdraw into the shell on his back like a Squirtle would. But even so, he could see the glares from their mom and dad, which had... Okay, I can see a typo where Kiki surely stepped on the keyboard while I was typing. Even so, he could see the glares from their mom and dad, which had pierced clear through their body like x-rays and burned his skin. He knew his friend was in a pinch again, and despite the fear in his bones, he stepped forward nonetheless, taking a deep breath to ready himself and calm his nerves. "It's my fault. Please don't be mad at Shuppet," he squeaked while fighting back the shivers that threatened to rumble through the floor. "Gary was picking on them, and I thought we'd get away from him by going trick-or-treating. I'm sorry it went off without telling you." He couldn't help but feel that the glares were now meant for him just as much as they were meant for Shuppet, and he wanted to just stare at his feet like her avoiding to look at the sun. To his surprise, however, their stern faces softened, and their postures relaxed. A smile even formed on the mom's face, giving way for him to finally release the deep breath he had been holding. The dad remained more visually stoic, though he did let out an apparent sigh of relief himself. "Well, I'm just glad nothing bad happened." The immediate danger having passed, Shuffet went back to hyperactively hopping up and down as though nothing had happened. "I got lots of candy! You want some?" "All right," Shuppet's mom said with a small smile from before now grown into an amused grin. "Well, let's get it together and go first." Shuppet's dad peered over his child's head and whistled at the sheer bounty that had littered the living floor behind him, impressed. "You have a bag we can take it in, Delia?" he asked. Delia, still blushing, walked into the kitchen, saying, "Yes, of course! Anything to make sure your Shuppet, as Ash calls them, doesn't have to take my pillowcase." She returned soon after with a plastic shopping bag and traipsed to the living room, with Shuppet in tow, and helped them gather their loot. Shuppet looked around for the half polytoad, which had landed somewhere near the couch, and clutched it in the palm of their hand before joining the adult and picking up. Before long, they were done. They had completed picking up Shuppet's pile and left the remaining mountain of candy to sit nearby for a certain small turtle to clean up later. There, Delia said with a smile, satisfied with the amount of space being consumed by the sweets just as much as she was with the marginal step towards restoring cleanliness to her home. All in there. Thank you, Mrs. Squirtle's mom, Shuppet replied with the same respectful vow they had used dozens of times throughout the evening. They held the bag in one hand and the toy in the other, taking care to not topple over on one side from the difference in weight. Delia smiled at the child and responded with a bow of her own. It's no problem, sweetie. With that, Shuppet's dad ahemed and turned to partially fix the exit. Come on, he said. We've got to get going. I have an early day tomorrow. Okay, Daddy. Shuppet began the door out the door after their parents, their bag of candy looking as heavy as a mace and practically causing their body to wobble as they walked. When they had reached the door, Ash immediately remembered something, and his throat vocalized his earnest desire to stop them before he even had the chance to think. Wait, Shuppet, stop! They turned to face the source of loud footsteps behind them, curious and tilting their head. What is it? You said you live far away from here, right? He asked. Shuppet nodded. Well, one day I'm gonna become a Pokemon trainer, Ash said proudly, holding in front of him a fist clenched with determination. Maybe we'll meet someday on the road. Make sure you keep that toy with you so I'll be able to find you when we meet again. Okay, they replied enthusiastically, but their zeal then gave way to a reserved uncertainty that soaked through their costume like a heavy rain. But how will you know it's me? I haven't seen your face or even know your name. Ash did forget about that little detail, though while it was completely true, it didn't bother him any. He was never one to just assume he'd never see someone again, regardless of how short the meeting was. No, he was 100% positive that he would not only meet a lot of folks in his future travels, but that he would always find time to see them again, see them all again and again. Why would Shuppet be any different? And so the answer for him was obvious. You're my friend now, he replied as he put his hands on their shoulders and gave them a fresh, reassuring squeeze. When we meet again, I'm sure it'll just click. He pulled away a moment later and pointed at their hand. Hang on to that Politoed toy just in case, to make sure it really is you. We could have a battle someday. He was then sadly interrupted by Shuppet's mom calling "Honey" from outside. Alas, Shuppet turned to the side to grant their mother's request. I gotta go. Before they did, though, they at least left a parting gift of reaching out for his hand and gently shaking it for a second before dashing out the door for the last time. Bye, Squirtle. Till we meet again. Bye, until we meet again, Shuppet. Ash called back with a wave. In fact, as he watched the family walk away from the house and down the street, he dared not stop waving, lest he jinx his declaration before that they would surely meet again someday. Not until they had come black figures in the darkness would he allow himself to stop. He didn't meet a lot of kids as cool and friendly as Shuppet, and he couldn't help but feel melancholy at the prospect that it would be a while before he saw someone like them again. His waving slowed before finally resting his arm at his side as the small form of the ghost-type Pokemon had faded into the shadows out of sight. The sad thoughts plaguing him disappeared and replaced by a skipped heartbeat when he heard his mother's voice behind him. Is that my good pillow? She said with such an exasperated tone that he feared she would explode. He soon realized why. She was grasping the pillow, or rather, what was once a pillow, that he made into a makeshift trick-or-treat bag, and was holding it in front of her like an unwanted trophy, her face heavy with obvious disappointment. Wincing from the pain he was surely going to feel after being grounded for 3 years, he took off his mask and set it gently on the couch. Yes, ma'am, he answered glumly. I'm really going to get it now. Delia's eyes bored holes into her son, so intense that he wanted to just melt into the couch and hide. To his surprise, though, her face had twisted itself not into a deathly glare, but a devilish smirk. What the? Peggle!
Yeti Flurk.
Peggle! Dang it, Peggle! You can't just pop in with a resub on Halloween! You sweetie! You cutie! How are you doing, Peggle? I love you, Peggle. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Just doing some Mochi story time, reading a Pokemon fanfic. You're sorry for everything? No. Listen. Listen. You Gucci.
Oh my god!
Oh, hey, speaking of Pokemon.
Oh my god!
You found a shiny!
Oh my god! Bruh!
It's not Halloween for you, it's November for you. Hey, Halloween is not officially over until it's over all over the world. And I still have 3 hours before it's over.
I don't even have a shine!
How are you doing, Peggle? How are you doing, Peggle? Glad that you could stop by. We're getting somewhat close to the end of the story here. This is Behind a Mask by PikamasterADV. Okay, continue your story. Okay, will do. Delia's eyes bored holes into her son, so intense that he wanted to just melt into the couch and hide. To his surprise, though, her face had twisted itself not into a deathly glare, but a devilish smirk. Give me a baby Ruth, and we'll call it even, she offered. With this salvation, his spirits were lifted once more. He cracked a smile of his own and tossed a small candy bar from his stash. Deal! Now, after you clean up your mess, you better get up to sleep, young man, Delia warned, shaking the candy bar at Ash like a baton. I need to do that homework that the professor assigned instead of daydreaming like I did this afternoon before the party. He affirmed her request with a nod and started picking up his candy as he was told before skittering back up the stairs and out of earshot. As he climbed, his mind was flooded again with thoughts of his new friend Shuppet, and he immediately wondered what they were doing, what they were talking about, and how they were feeling. While deep down he knew there was truly no guarantee that the two would meet again in the future, he remained undeterred. He didn't worry about what fate had in store for their friendship, since the fiber of his being resolved that, no, their future meeting was inevitable. He just knew it. Okay. Oh. On that topic, I need to ready. Here we go. Okay. Ready something. Okay, let's try this. Alright. Story finish. Ash and May slowly walked side by side down a part of the road that was no longer lit by streetlights, but shaded by trees. Instead, only the waxing gibbous overhead was left to light their way that Halloween night. Max had long since gotten frustrated with his sister, his best friend, and the story that bored him to tears, and eventually took it upon himself to rendezvous with Brock's family and travel with them instead, insisting it was better company than a bunch of deadweights who won't even get any candy. Pikachu, on the other hand, was completely tuckered out and took a convenient place in Ash's backpack to take a nap. His soft snores were barely audible above the sounds of their wading through the fallen leaves, dry and rustling beneath their feet. May was feeling quite comfortable and safe, eventually having wandered much closer to Ash than usual. That was a nice story. I really enjoyed it, she said softly. Ash couldn't be sure, but he... oh, wait, hold on, I lost my place. Ash couldn't be sure, but he thought he caught a whiff of nostalgia in her voice, like she had just finished telling a story of her childhood, too. So, did you ever end up meeting with Shuppet during your journey? Ash sighed and shook his head. I've met a few people that I thought could be them, but I've never gotten the same feeling or vibe that I did when we were together. So I've concluded that we just haven't crossed paths yet. May cocked her head to the side and blinked. Are you sure? Well, sometimes when all of us, I mean, you, me, Max, and Brock are all talking together, I kind of think about how that seems like how Shuppet and I talked in the past, but I don't know, it's not quite the same, I guess. May giggled. Yeah, you're probably right. Bummer. Hold on, I gotta make sure that this thing loads properly. There we go. Finally! Asha thought that was the end of the conversation, cut short by a silent beat, but a voice that sounded almost shy laid that thought to... Wait, no. Not this song. This isn't the song that I want. It's this one! Sorry, I'm a perfectionist! Don't look at me, I'm hideous! Ash had thought that was the end of the conversation, cut short by a silent beat, but a voice that sounded almost shy laid that thought to rest. Say, do you still have your half of the Polytoad toy? Sure do, Ash replied. He took his pack and carefully opened the front pocket, taking care to make sure that he didn't accidentally disturb his slumbering buddy in the process. I keep it with all the stuff I've gotten from my friends over the years. He rummaged through and examined each item closely with his fingers. He'd feel the fabric of Missy's handkerchief and the cool steel of Brock's silverware before eventually coming across something that felt like hard plastic. He felt around the edges and identified the seam from which it was torn, weathered by use and the elements, but it was attached to another moving part that still had plenty of resistance when pressed. There it is, he said, pulling it out and showing it to her. See? It can still jump too! May watched the boy intently as he kneeled to the ground and pressed the tip of the toy with his finger, launching it cleanly into the middle of the road. Sproing! Ash could hear May giggle from behind him as he fetched the toy and clutched it gingerly in his hand. The precious thing it was. When he turned back to her, he raised his eyebrows in curiosity. She herself was rummaging through her panty pack. Well, it's good that you still have it, May said with a smile. She lifted her hand from her pack and pulled out something that froze Ash's blood. A small Polytoad toy of her own. Because I remembered your promise. She pressed her free finger against the end of the toy and launched it over to him. A perfect winning shot, giving out a sproing of her own for good measure. He saw the other half come his way, but he no longer had the mental faculties to catch it. He was aghast. So much so they didn't even feel the toy bounce off his head as it came back down. Feelings rushed into his head and overrode any semblance of thought. Images of the past flashed in his eyes, and the costume he had seen so long ago materialized in front of him where his friend had been. So many words that he wanted to say were clogged in his throat. Perhaps in his shock, he had merely forgotten how to speak. If he was going to do anything but melt into a dazed puddle on the ground, he had to focus hard on his tongue. Took all the power he could to even stammer her name. May? He started before having to swallow. Your Shuppet? Yeah, congratulations, Aiden. You did it! You guessed correctly! Congratulations! Everyone get a round of applause for Aiden for figuring it out! Like, you see why I had to be coy about it and like try to lead you off the path? There's only so much I can do, man! Yes, I know it's unmatched. Gosh dang it, Aiden! Why do you have to be such a Poke nerd? Why could you have just suspended disbelief for just a few minutes? Oh man, that's so funny though. Oh, that was so funny. I love it. A very young May had finally taken off her mask and placed the small half toy inside her bag, happy to smell the nighttime air with her own nose. She carried her bag of candy in her opposite hand as she skipped happily alongside her parents. Trick-or-treating was fun, she giggled. Can we come back here next year? Can't wait to go trick-or-treating with Squirtle again. There was a silence. Carolyn and Norman, her parents, briefly glanced at each other, knowingly and nodded before responding. May, honey, the woman began as she rocked a now grumpy infant Max in her arms. I don't think we'll be on the road as much as we used to be anymore. Me, a Pokemon? I'm more of a gaming nerd, Mochi. Hi, Paul. How are you? Gym leader, dad, mom with the baby from Hoenn, like... Still, you could have just suspended disbelief. You could have just turned her brain off for like a cute little Halloween story. Oh, you were in suspended disbelief. Gosh dang it. Okay. But hey, at least you were excited. At least up to that point, right? May gasped in realization. Does that mean Daddy's a gym leader now? She asked. Norman nodded to his young daughter. Yes, that's exactly what it means. Former gym leader retired earlier today, and he's passing the title down to me since he has no children of his own. So we'll be settled down in Petalburg City for the foreseeable future. May jumped in excitement and grinned wildly. That's great, Daddy! I'm so proud of you! But after only a few hops, sadness began to swell in her chest, and they slowed in frequency to match the beating of her sinking heart. But does that mean I'll never see Squirtle again? She asked softly. Oh no, don't say that. I'm sure that you'll meet him again someday, May, he reassured his daughter, who had been on the verge of tears, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. However brief and unsubstantiated it was enough for her. Tears building on the corner of her eyes receded, and her beaming smile returned to her face, which had turned a slight shade of red. Good. Kinda like them. Norman chuckled in amusement. Does my little girl have a crush? He asked teasingly, and then chuckled even harder when she fiercely nodded her head. I think you're a tad too young to have a boyfriend, May. I know, she sighed. But if I meet Squirrel again, I'm gonna ask him if he wants to be my boyfriend. Norman's laughs wouldn't stop coming as his daughter's boldness and lack of maturity on the subject of romance continued to surprise him. Alright, fine. If you meet Squirrel again, you can ask him if he'll be your boyfriend. A A small fist flew into the air above him, and a piercing cheer so loud it seemed to part the clouds and reveal a first quarter moon shining down above them, echoed far and wide. Yay! I was such a kid back then. May giggled to herself as she and Ash continued to walk down the road. Well, in the latter's case, it was less like a walk than it was a robotic march. Still feeling the aftermath of the roller coaster that was the earth-shattering revelation just moments ago, as well as catching what she had said she and her father talked about on the way back. He was fruitlessly clacking both halves of the toy together to somehow find some discrepancy that would show that maybe she had been mistaken. He still couldn't believe it to be true. For long, though, he had stopped trying to fit the pieces together when he saw that the split in the plastic nearly vanished as he applied pressure from the sides. A perfect fit indeed. There was no doubt about it. He was face to face and side by side with the very same friend he once feared would forever remain a specter in his past. But that fear held sway over him no longer. Instead, now is different. More tender forming anxiety that squeezed his stomach. His presence compelled him to mentally redon the shell that had long since been outgrown and defensively kept his arms as... Oh man, I'm like tongue-tied this whole time. Its presence compelled him to manually redon the shell that had long since been outgrown, and defensively kept his arms close to keep the chills at bay. He couldn't put a finger on what he was even feeling exactly, but it made speaking with her surprisingly difficult. It was almost as though the girl in the dress beside him had become a stranger. He knew that this was nonsense, of course. May would always be May, but he couldn't shake that things felt different somehow. He did eventually find the courage to break the silence and ask his last pressing questions, but the words came out shyly and sheepishly. Why didn't you ever ask if I was Squirtle? May shrugged. Probably for the same reason that you never thought I was Shuppet. I definitely was reminded of Squirtle when you showed up to protect me or other people, but I never clicked the two together. Ash looked up to the moon, noting that it was one of the few constants he could still grasp for purchase as his new reality set in. Man, was the only word he could use to communicate the depth of the lake that his life had plunged into, and the coldness of the water forced him to shiver despite the relatively warm weather. I never thought we'd meet again. But we did, Ash, May replied to him with a smile. Because we had become under mask so long ago, we never realized it. Well, I guess we did have our battle then after all, he chuckled. When you beat me in North Petalburg, remember? Oh, come on, you knew as well as I do that one didn't count, May replied with a giggle, playfully rubbing Ash's head against his head. We never really had a conclusive battle. What, you want to have it right now? Ash asked, half-jokingly. In our costumes? May gave out a bewildering laugh. I thought the hero was supposed to protect the princess, not attack her. He laughed back at her before spotting a large rock off to the side of the road. I guess you're right, he said as he sat down to rest his wobbly legs. May followed and sat next to him. She wasn't feeling particularly tired herself, but she still rested her head on his shoulder. Old of her as always, but the vibes were just perfect. She was in such a good mood that she couldn't help but express it. I'm glad we were able to meet again, Squirtle, she said to him, her voice gentle and soft, as though she sensed the turmoil in his mind and sought to soothe him. Ash, for his part, was taken by surprise, his haste feeding up. His haste feeding up! Gosh dang it! Ah! Mochi, just stop it! Just stop it, Mochi! Mochi, go home, you're drunk! And I just love some Fire Emblem Awakening music. I know, right, Paul? This music's perfect! I love id Serenity, it's so good. So calm and romantic and fuzzy. And I love it. Ash, for his part, was taken by surprise. His face heating up, but he did his best to think nothing of it. It didn't work, but at least he tried. Yeah, I know. Can my tongue work for once, please? You know, I really feel bad for saying this, he said in an attempt to distract himself from the wild thoughts running through his head. But I never thought you were a girl back then. May lifted her head, and on her face was a look of sheer offense to her character. Oh, I see how it is, Ash Ketchum, she said dramatically. You just assumed I was another boy, didn't you? Ash gasped in panic as he realized how sexist he might have sounded and pressed his hands together as if to apply to his royal for mercy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean like you were feminine or cute or anything. He bonked himself on the head at the realization that his grave was getting deeper and deeper by the second. No, I mean that you're perfectly boy-like. I didn't notice the difference at all. I mean... At that point, he thought he might as well just bite off his tongue and spare him the trouble of salvaging whatever favorable image of him she had left. He slouched forward in his seat and sighed in frustration, shaking his head so hard he'd hoped it would snap off and end his misery. May slouched forward too, but not out of frustration or anger. Instead, she was laughing, hard. In fact, pure distilled mirth had passed her lips so loudly, so intensely, that Ash thought she might have gone mad. She wiped the tears from her eyes and gingerly held her side before correcting her posture and facing him again. Ash, calm down, I'm just kidding! Ash stopped convulsing and yanked himself out of whatever pit of despair that he had been free-falling into. He blinked a couple of times after processing what May had said and resumed sitting up himself. He looked away so as to spare himself the added embarrassment of her seeing his face get so red it practically glowed in the dark before muttering extremely convincingly, I knew that. May laughed again and gently snuggled her head on his shoulder once more. But no, I understand completely. It was impossible for you to tell. I found out you were a boy pretty early on, but only because your roommate made it obvious. Or for that, I don't see how I would have figured it out myself. But wait, don't you remember anything from my house when you were there before we left for the battle frontier? Ash asked her, somewhat confused, but pleased nonetheless to look over and see the contentment on her face. May shook her head, keeping it on her shoulder. Nah, everything looks so different from when I was little. I didn't even recognize your mom, to be honest. I guess that makes sense, Ash replied, satisfied with her answer. So then that baby your mom was holding was Max, huh? Yep. Max was only an infant when we came around. May revisited the memory fondly, almost nostalgic for the days of her youth, like an elder past their prime. But with a low, deadpan voice, she added, he was also much better behaved. If there was anything from that night Ash had the inability to conceive, it was the idea that Max had any semblance of manners or decorum at all. He pictured a timeline where the younger child had somehow retained his alleged etiquette, bowing respectfully to adults, saying thanks without being asked to, being overall receptive to others' feelings, a replica of his sister. And the end result was just so foreign to him. It was just a bridge too far for Ash. You couldn't help but write it off as just another one of May's jokes and laugh at her statement as if it was. Perhaps it was just as well, as the pair let another giggling fit out of their systems before bringing their attention back to the symphony of the peaceful nightscape they found themselves in. With that, Ash had no more questions. There were no more loose ends that needed tying, no more matters that needed discussing, no more surprise bombshells that threatened the still night. It was just the two of them, well, sans the snoozing Pikachu in his pack, bonded in a friendship so old they could scarcely remember the days that led up to its birth, enjoying each other's company as though they had just reunited after being separated for so long. It was a perfect moment in time. You could finally relax and just live in the moment without a care in the world. Or so he thought. Of course it wasn't that simple. It never was. There was one last thing that had been nibbling at his mind, and the sound of it had since grown into such an unpleasant smacking that he could no longer ignore it. As much as he wanted to bring up the subject, he couldn't just ask. The thought of it caused his heart to quicken and beat loudly in his chest, that he was sure Mate could hear it. Short of running away like a kitten, swallowing was the only comfort he could grant himself. But it was now or never. Who knows if he would be granted another opportunity. Ash drew from the well of courage that he didn't know he had and playfully tapped May on her head. So, did you have something you wanted to ask me? He asked, his voice nervous, but belying a sly coolness. May looked up at him, confused. What do you mean? I can't believe you're as dense as I am, Ash chuckled. Remember what you just told me? You know, what you and your dad talked about? His body stiffened and suddenly got very warm. She recalled the conversation very quickly, all right, and evacuated off the rock and backed away, being sure to cover her face, which had turned the same shade of red as her dress. Yeah, I remember, she replied with a laugh, as though whether it was genuine or merely a defense mechanism, Ash couldn't be sure. Of course I do! How could I possibly forget? She shuffled uncomfortably in place, continuing to let out a strained laugh that he was now certain had been born from fluster. Ash pressed the attack. Well, are you? He looked at her, a mix of impatience and mischief in his voice, hoping that his eyes would lock with hers. Instead, they were avoidant and apparently had spotted something much more interesting on the ground. Just give me a moment, May replied with more of a nervous shout than anything that passed for enthusiasm. Then she muttered something else under her breath. Maybe I should have just accepted that battle instead. What did you say? Ash asked her, not having quite heard it over the sound of the drums banging in his chest. He stood up and faced her so as to not miss another word. She straightened back up and met his eyes at last, a glowing pair of sapphires shining within a ruby-red face. Nothing at all. Though she was now brave enough to make eye contact, her voice was still tense and out of tune. This is so hard! Perhaps he had gone too far in committing to the bit, he thought. Deciding enough was enough, Ash offered her respite and a means of escape. Look, it's fine. if you change your mind, then you really don't have to. His offer was cut short by, surprising to him, a finger that had been placed firmly on his lips. Quiet, you! I'm not done, she hissed. Voice still tense, but now filled with determination. As requested, he bit his tongue and waited with bated breath. What was she going to say, he wondered. Part of him really thought that she was just going to tell him off or something even more degrading. He braced himself for the onslaught to come, and all he could do was helpfully imagine the extent of the damage. So, she continued, the tension having subsided somewhat, but not enough for Ash to think confident that he was out of the woods for good. You'll have to forgive me because I haven't really thought all this through, but here goes. Like an elegant dancer, she spun around, lifting the edges of her dress off the ground before settling back in place. When she slowed to a stop, she faced him again with as cute a look on her face as she could put together. She definitely succeeded, because he had never seen something so romantically adorable in his life. His heart fluttered like the beautifly back on her back, offsetting the tympani that he sweared had been surgically implanted into his chest without his knowledge, and had begun feeling lightheaded, a symptom of the breath he had not yet released in at least a minute. Squirtle? May asked shyly, her eyes like little sprites in the moonlight as she blinked. Would you like to be my boyfriend? Ash finally exhaled, and with the stale air was the sum of all the tensions and anxieties that weighed down his feet. He stepped closer to her, free from his shackles, and took her by the hand that she had extended his way. How could I refuse, he said with a radiant smile into her eyes, especially after Shuppet's become such a beautiful girl. If her temperature rose any higher than it did when his acceptance melted her heart, she would surely have passed out. Not to be outdone, it was only fair that she'd return the favor. Well, I didn't think Squirtle would grow out to be so handsome and brave, she replied with a giggle, resting her head on his chest and feeling the massage motor that was his heart. It quickened when Ash realized just how unprepared he was in this situation. He was being embraced by a girl, his friend, in a truly intimate manner. How could he reciprocate in kind? He did the only thing he knew would be kosher and wrapped his hands around May's head, protectively holding it as though it would shatter if he left her alone. You couldn't see it, but May's face went from a loving smile to a blank deadpan expression. You've never held a girl before, have you? She asked, slightly annoyed. He laughed sheepishly. How'd you guess? She removed his arms from her head and stepped back. That's alright, I guess, she sighed. If I waited this long to meet my dream guy, then I could spend a little more time getting him even more perfect. Ash was taken by surprise again and cleared the bump that caught in his throat. Perfect dream guy? Pressure was on, it seemed, and he gulped as he looked upon the mountainous standard he found himself expected to climb. Her glum expression formed back into a smile. Oh, don't worry, you're already most of the way there. You just need more practice on how you're supposed to treat me, that's all. The control Ash had over his limbs had severed, and he found himself paralyzed by the implications of her words. Miraculously, he still had enough agency to move his mouth. Does that mean... Well, come on, boyfriend! They took him by the hand and began leading him down the path to Brock's house. It's getting late, she continued, and you should never keep a lady out past her curfew. The sudden lurch forward rebooted Ash's nervous system, and on instinct he could move his feet again. They were still delightfully light, like he was walking on air. He felt he could have taken a ride on a light breeze and float away like a leaf in the wind, or like an eagle that had just been blessed with flight. The image in front of him looked surreal. A princess holding his hand and guiding him, the prince, from a murky grotto down the dark road towards the light of civilization just blocks away. But as he looked at it more and more, the more normal it had become, almost as though this was always how it was supposed to be. It was when images of his other friends alongside them that he felt a strange dizziness. How are they going to react to this, anyway? Perhaps not everything was going to change, but it wasn't ever going to be the same going forward. He had half a mind to just not tell anyone and keep her all to himself, their love forbidden until they could plunge into the same shadows once more. But he wondered how that would really work out. His head filled to the brim with different possible scenarios. Ash sighed. Ash's gonna have a field day when he finds out. May hummed thoughtfully at his side. Surely she was having the same apprehensions as he was. Perhaps it was only human nature to have them. But how she ended up navigating the tough questions surprised the boy. Well, we'll just have to try to keep it our little secret, won't we? She said, smiling at him as she had his hand grasped in hers. Fat chance that was gonna work, he thought. But the simple fact that she was not afraid was enough to keep him going. Yeah, come up way, we can handle it together, he thought. After a few minutes, Ash suddenly stopped in place, surprising May as she felt his hand slip out of hers. Wait, he said. He reached into his backpack and took out one of the bags of candy Pikachu had collected. He was certain he wouldn't mind. Or notice. I want to make sure we get the start on the right foot. He opened up the bag, took out a Reese's cup, and handed it to the girl. I remember what you said about them being your favorite. May gasped in excitement. While her mouth had instantly begun watering, she was even more touched by the sentiment, and admittedly, his deftness at making such a gesture. She blushed and slowly wrapped her arms around him, warm and thankful. That's very sweet of you to remember. It's very sweet that you remember. Thank you very much, Squirtle. Ash still wasn't being used to being held in a romantic way, nor was he any more sure than before on how to properly hold a lady. As a result, he simply stood there, unmoving, but with a sunny smile that rivaled that of the moon above them. You're welcome, Shuppet. May let go and turned down the road. She unwrapped the candy Ash gave her and popped into her mouth. She chewed for a few seconds, savoring the cocktail of chocolate and peanut butter flavors around her tongue, and swallowed it whole. Finished, she took Ash by the hand again and continued to lead him back into town like before. You know, Ash, she said, still smacking her lips, even though I didn't go trick-or-treating this year, I ended up with something very sweet. Ash squeezed her hand back. I guess I got a treat this year after all, he laughed. And so, Ash and May both had been reunited with a friend they each had a chance meeting with in the past. And little did they know that that friend was each other, all because of the masks they wore long ago. And that's it, everybody! That is the end! Okay, that did end up taking an hour and a half. Holy cow! Oh, I love this story, y'all. And actually, there's actually a little bit more context, too. Let me pull up the original on FF.com. Because... because he did leave an author's note at the very end. Well, it made me hate my life a little bit because I want something like that, but it was amazing. Yeah, I know, right, Aiden? Wasn't it? Such a good story. True. PikamasterADV is like one of the old gods when it comes to advanced shipping fics. And so his ending author's note goes. This was inspired by a meeting my girlfriend and I had on Halloween, at least 4 years before we actually met. She was trick-or-treating in a homemade Charizard costume that year, and I remember when she came by, I had actually mistaken her for a boy at this time and thought nothing of it. I was impressed by the costume. Fast forward to last summer when we were talking about trick-or-treating on our way to going swimming. I mentioned someone dressing as in a homemade Charizard costume one year, and she tells me that she went trick-or-treating in a homemade Charizard costume. We checked dates. She had moved to and from where we lived at the time between that Halloween and the present, and I was amazed. We had met each other many years before we ever actually met. That's where the inspiration for the story came from. I hope you enjoyed it. Read and review and whatnot. Oh, this guy, man. But yeah, this is definitely not... So I will link to it. But just so y'all know, this is not the same version that I just read you. Because, again, I did heavily edit a big part of it. I changed up the pacing, wording, stuff like that. But in my zeal, I did end up nearly doubling it in length, so, you know, joke's on me, I guess. So that was just great, y'all. What am I don't know, what am I gonna do with that? I don't know, man. It's just, it just worked, man. It just works. All right. Also, you don't know about Fuzzy, but you certainly have a lot of positive things to say about modern Fire Emblem music. Except for Engage, that soundtrack was hit or miss. I haven't played Engage yet. A friend of mine has got me, you know, curious about it, and so I've been avoiding spoilers for it, but I still haven't gotten around to it. But man, Fire Emblem Awakening music, Three Houses music, oh, beautiful. Made a banger into a bigger banger, my guy. Nice work. Well, hey, you didn't read the original as a baseline. Well, let's just give PikamasterADV all the credit, shall we? Literally hitting my right now because I want something like that. in my whole, you have your whole life, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have that either. So it's, so you could possibly see why I've gravitated towards shipping fics, you know? And even wrote some myself, you know? I'd actually read another one of them. There was actually a Zelda one that I actually personally wrote completely on my own. But I think that was also probably about 13,000 words, so that would take another hour and a half, and, well... It's Halloween. I think it's high time that we switch gears a little bit and head over to 999 real quick. How does that sound, everybody? That's why you tend to stay away from them, to be honest, because they make you depressed. Oh, boy. Then, man, do I have bad news for you, because... So, Mochi Storytime, the main inspiration, the biggest reason why I even started doing Mochi Storytime in the first place, is to prepare the infrastructure to eventually read this one fanfic that I had been obsessed over about a month or so ago. A really, really great Zelda fanfic about Skyward Sword, you know, about Link and Zelda from Skyward Sword growing up together. It is the cutest thing ever, and it makes me feel things, man. And I really just wanted to share it with y'all, and I was close to too. But I reached out to the author because they had delisted it because apparently they were doing edits, and they were like, yeah, I'm gonna have to say no on this one for the time being because I'm still making edits and I plan on releasing this by the end of the year. So, you know, I want to respect their wishes. So that's why I ended up starting with Kingdom Hearts Kai instead. But I wanted to end up still doing stuff like this. You know, this is exactly the sort of format I kind of wanted, albeit not. I mean, although the overlay is not what I wanted, I still need to do like a commission for that, and there's also this Unity program that I need to program better to actually get the, you know, the music text to change with the music that I've selected. But format-wise, this is basically what I wanted to convey, and I hoped y'all enjoyed it immensely, as much as I did reading it too. Boy, I gotta tell you, I spent a lot of time trying to write my part for this one. Like, I had to forgo my other Zelda fanfic that I've also been writing, that I also eventually want to read for Mochi Storytime. Just for this. And, well, I hope it was worth it. All right. Anyway, I've droned on long enough. We're going to switch gears to well, personally, I think this was kind of the main event, but we gotta finish off this Halloween strong, y'all. With a little 999. I think this is part 3? No. I think this is part 4. Wait, how many parts of 999 do I have? Okay, go to properties here. That was October 25th. Oh, crud. You want to say this will be the 3rd stream, but you're not 100% sure? Okay, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just say it's part 3. I just want to make sure that the title's right. Alright, now we're gonna go to Retro Achievements and look at the title. We're looking at achievement title to use. You know what? Let's do Cat's Cradle. Nine hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Okay. I'm gonna set things up real quick. Close that. Man, that was a nice fireplace video. Wasn't it? Wasn't that a nice fireplace video? Beautiful. Okay, I'm also gonna have to change my mic source here real quick. Da, 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 da. Okay. Everything's still good? It looks like things are still good. It was all nice and Kobe vibes. Oh, I love that! I love that. That's exactly what I wanted. No, not settings. I wanted studio mode, please. Content warning, 999. Okay, let's start up. Retro. Let's start up Ari Live Retro. Wait a minute. No, no. I don't want to open all. Bad habits. I had a bad habit of immediately going to the Retro Achievements menu to do development. All right, here we go. Alrighty, 99.99, 99, 9.99, 99.99. Okay, so last time, Junpei died, and this time, it's probably gonna die again. Let's be real. I don't know, maybe. Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't. Okay. Wait. Ow. No. Sorry, I had to plug in my PS5 controller, and then I kind of flubbed it up. Ah. Heck. Why is my... There we go. Okay. All right, well, we're doing this again, everybody. Wait, why isn't it fast forwarding? Oh, it's using my game controller. Okay, you know what? That's fine. We'll just use my game. That's fine. That's fine. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, sorry for the, you know, the sheer professionalism. Actually, I don't really like using the D-pad on the game controller, so I am. Ah. Okay, wait a minute. I think I have to start up RA Lib Retro again, so it actually uses my controller. Da 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 da. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, this feels so much more comfortable. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Alright, let's get the keys. Yeah, gotta do through all this again! Wait a minute. Oh, right. Okay. Red one. Yes! Okay. Alright, got the cards. That. Alright, got those cards. Now we can get out of here! Wait a minute. I feel dumb. I just want to rush. I don't want to prove that I can do math. Apparently I can't under pressure. Bum, 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 bum. There's a text of all the people who won't shut up! Oh yes, more decisions. Sorry for the dead air here, but I'm just like... I don't know, man! Okay, now we've actually made it to a point where it can actually continue. Okay, now the story can actually begin. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that, everybody. Alright, so... 9 men exploded. We're at the number 4 and 5 doors. We're gonna go through door 4 this time. You would go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. Why had Junpei even consider doing otherwise? He would be there for June. For Akane Kurashiki. That seemed good. He felt it was the right choice to make. He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend for his childhood. He watched the other 4 walk toward their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and Seven. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red. Ace grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions. Goodbye. Careful. As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great hungry beast. Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing. Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? Snake had not even bothered to turn around, but the other 3 steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companion scrambled to the door. They pressed their ears to it in an attempt to hear what might be taking place on the other side. It's beeping. It's just like before. Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet. Do you think they're okay? June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was Seven. Hey, there it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here, we gotta authenticate! The beeping stopped. The sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door. Looks like it stopped. Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief of their own. Hey guys, are you doing alright over there? They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure. Yep, we're fine. Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever. Oh, hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too. Awesome, thanks. That helps a lot. Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there. Roger that. Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed toward door 4. They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. Four asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around. You guys ready? Yeah. Sure. Let's go. None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back toward the red. All right, let's go. With strength and determination, he pulled the lever. Run! Four of them left through the door together. The moment they passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist. In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash. The detonator's countdown had begun. A long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists. The numbered door behind them closed, the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway. There was no way back now. They were committed. They could not find the device to deactivate their detonators. Hey, where the hell is the dead? How would I know? Don't give me that crap! Start looking! I already am! They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would have likely discerned that the doors led to cabins. Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms! Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are? Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at his best guess, there were 7 or 8 of them. Ah, fuck! There wasn't time to count them, to be sure. Junpei ran to the nearest door. He grabbed the knob and shook it hard. Wouldn't open. It didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door, and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears. Shit! This one's no good! Same here! It's not moving! Jun was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he had noticed before. A small red light. It flashed at him dimly from the end of the hallway. That's it! Over there! Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran. Hey, how many more seconds do we have? How would I know? Our time limit is 81 seconds. I know that, goddammit! I'm asking how many seconds we have left! In all likelihood, Junpei figured. Nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. That was true. Urgency foremost in all their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them. Hurry! Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner panel. The other 3 quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward. Looks like it stopped. His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around. At the end of the hallway lay a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller ones. They all needed inspecting, but Junpei began with the largest of the 3, the double doors. How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps, he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage. Near the handle was a small keyhole. Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass. Mail? He wasn't quite sure of what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It was June that corrected him. No, that's not the symbol for mail. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically they are the same symbol. But I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. Symbols of the solar system. The Sun. Saturn. The Earth. At least that's what I'm assuming. So this isn't the man symbol, it's a symbol for Mars? I think so, yes. While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open. Then that must mean we only have 2 more doors. Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it. Junpei figured they were probably room numbers. The door on the left read B92, and the door on the right proclaimed that it led to B93. Alright, let's move them. Yeah. Junpei put his hand on the doorknob for the door and that said room 92. Santa moved to the door to room 93. They'd made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded. 1, 2, 3! In unison, they pushed against their respective doors, and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa. Hey, it opened. Yeah, it did. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. They had not expected the doors to yield so easily. Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts. Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet. As she headed for room 93, Lotus continued. Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that'll help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. Junpei and June search the other one. Alright. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, here we go. That face looks expensive. I wonder how much we can get for it. Are you gonna steal it? Junpei, where are you going? I was thinking I'll go over to the Lotus's room. I think we can look around here a little more before you go. There's a lot for me to do here all by myself. This is kind of a weird looking picture. Do you think that's an abstract painting or something? Looks kind of like a demon with an elephant-like nose. Sucking on a human being's brain. Where the hell did that come from? What's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind finding out a little more about what goes on in there. Ah, Junpei, what are you doing? I don't have the time to be relaxing on a sofa. It's a box of matches. There are matches inside, obviously. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June. Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now? Yes, I'm feeling fine. June certainly looked fine. Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds. Seemed her fever really had gone down. Are you worried about me? Yeah, I guess I am. June blushed and giggled. By the way, Junpei? How did you end up here? What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I? There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D deck. Yeah, that's it. But is that really the truth? What? Junpei, are you hiding something from me? No! Why would I? Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this? Hey, I could ask you the same thing. What are you hiding something? What would I hide? Oh, well, I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know? I mean, like the number of men I've dated? Junpei's heart stumbled over itself. Do you want to know? He had to admit, he was a little curious. Don't worry. She smiled at him. Only 18. Oh? Times 0. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet. June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant. Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way. Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Junpei. When I woke up, I was on D-Deck. Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school. June nodded, and for a few moments she had a faraway look of someone deep in thought. Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that? Yeah, I do. So? Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours. You got any ideas who it might be? No, nothing. No. Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal. Or the janitor, or the lunch lady. No, I can barely remember any of them. Yeah, I know. Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket. Nothing exciting. Blanket. A bed frame. Now we don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? This isn't a painting. Is it a map? It looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. Junpei took one last look at the map and folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. June looked up as he closed it. The ship is bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long. It must be one of those fancy cruise ships. Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's some sort of style choice, there's just too much. Do you remember what Zero said?
On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic.
Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other? That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason. Junpei took a moment to look around the room. Do you think this boat is a replica of the Titanic? A replica? Yeah, you know, like a copy of the actual boat. Who on earth would make something like that? Fans. Crazy Titanic fans. No way! Do you even know how much money that would take? No idea. But they all got to do is break even. All they got to do is break even, you know? Break even? Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. I'm aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with. Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? It's the site of the worst accident in history. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you get cursed just for going. Curse, huh? Junpei, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff? I don't know, I don't think this really matters. Sorry, but I can't really say I believe in that kind of stuff. Tact was not one of Junpei's many better qualities. What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question. Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic. What? A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy. Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that. Oh, you're back? Sorry, you were on the phone? No, no worries, Ada. No worries, no worries, no worries. I hope the phone call was good. Also, hey, curses? Egyptian mummies? Perfect for Halloween, right? Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will forever be cursed. That's because your friend was lost because getting stuck by a train. You had to help him get home. Oh, well, you're such a good person, Aiden. Good on you. I hope they made it back safely. By the sounds of it, I'm guessing they have. Yeah, getting stuck in traffic by a train really blows, especially if you get lost in the attempt or like in the process. Haven't you ever heard that one? So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse? That's right! June's eyes had lit up with excitement, like a child with a new toy. That's stupid. I don't buy it. It's true! How can you be so sure? That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. It was really mysterious. Totally unbelievable. What is so unbelievable about it? Well, supposedly, she was really pretty. Pretty? Yes. But she was a mummy. That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She looked just like she was alive. Oh, I get it. It's that thing, I don't remember the name, where your body turns into some kind of wax? The dead body's put in the right sort of environment. The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And yes, saponification, but that's not what it was. Huh? That's not it. She wasn't wax. Then what is it? They say that she was frozen. What? Frozen? That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him. Ice that wouldn't melt, even in the desert. Could such a thing really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. Ah! Yeah, they did. They just had to go down an extra street and then make it the rest of the way home. Ah, thank goodness. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Ah. A wooden cupboard. There are cups inside, surprising no one. It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Junpei, did you want to take a shower together? Whoa! Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. Should we take another look at this blanket? No, I think we covered it pretty well. Looks like that one was lame enough to get her to blush a little. Look, there's two pillows right next to each other. Guess it's a double. Huh? What's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is her fever back? Hey, are you alright? Do you need to lay down for a minute? I'm fine! I think it's still a little early for that. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Isn't she cute? I love June so much. She's so cute in this game. My god. Key. Do you think it's the key to the dresser? It's a dresser. Nothing on top. This is the mirror. This is the mirror in the dresser. And now she's playing with her hair. Does she even realize she's doing that? Hey, we don't have time for that. Come on, it's not like there's anyone here you need to impress. Yes, there is. Ooh. What? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Forget it, Junpei. She's real. That's why I love this escape room in particular, because she just lays on the hint so thick. It's so like her interactions are just so cute. A chair that goes with the dresser. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. It's a light. Thanks to it, you can see. Okay, I think we might actually be done in this particular room. Junpei, where are you going? Wait. I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna check up on them. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. Leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. Looks like a valuable vase. Empty, though. Seems to be a room on the left side of the vase. It's a tile with a black and white pattern on it. Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa. I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. A round wooden table. Wow, this is very nice wood. So, big deal. Something on top of it. A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. Oh hey, we can combine these! I know. I use these matches to light the candle. So you lit the candle. I'm sure it'll be a light in dark places when all other lights go out. Gotta appreciate the Lord of the Rings reference. I love it. Well, this is a display. Well, this is a display case. Check it out. This plates and shit look really expensive. Wanna take a look? This tile. I think I've seen it somewhere. Yeah, I know. Kinda looks like the one we saw in the other room. There are a number of expensive looking plates in here. That vase looks pretty expensive. There are a number of expensive looking plates in here. There's some pieces of expensive looking ceramic and porcelain in here. Junpei, I don't mean to pry, but you lit that candle so we can check that room over there, right? I mean, it is dark, you know. Yeah, so? Well, you need to take it with you then, otherwise there's not really much point in lighting it. Awesome. The light from the candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. But it gets so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down. Well, why don't you sit on top of the dresser? It's flat there. Guess it won't fall over. Oh yeah, good idea. Hey, got pretty bright. Now we can look around a little. Let's see if this... Yes! Yes, it worked! That's a strange design. Is it ceramic? Doesn't look like there are any puzzles in it. Curtain, huh? Yeah, it's got all these metal rings, probably so you could hang it from something, you know? Yes, but it doesn't look like a normal curtain. The way it feels... I think it's probably waterproof. Which would make this a shower curtain. Shower curtain, huh? Two pillows in a pile. Oh. Pile of pillows. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Hey, calm down. Hey, what the hell? It just got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out. We should go see. There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? The top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right. It's all bumpy. Part of the candlestick where the candle goes looks like a key. Key, huh? I think I ran into a lock I couldn't open earlier. Oop. Let's see if this candlestick key will do anything. Yes! It opened! Alright, pull that shit open! Hey, pattern on that tile looks like something. Yeah, I think I saw it somewhere. Hey, Junpei, you got a minute? Santa had shown up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start. Here, take this. Santa pulled something out of his pocket. It looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover in it. What is this? I found it between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figure we might as well hang on to it anyway. Then why don't you hold on to it? Santa gave him a wry smile. You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck. Hope, faith, love, and luck? Damn straight. And you hate these things? Yeah, got a problem with that? Not really, but... Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say. What does a bookmark have to do with any of that? Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward. Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like a flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess. Yeah, you can call them leaf words. Leaf words. Junpei looked at the bookmark. Hope, faith, love, and luck. So, yeah. I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Just take the damn thing, alright? Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. I'm gonna not take this one. This is actually an important choice. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently he hadn't thought of that. Well, you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it? Yeah, I don't want it. Why don't you give it to Lotus? Ah, good idea. Will do. Santa turned and headed off to the other room. Hey, old bag! I just found the perfect thing for a woman in her 40s! He walked into the next room, waving the bookmark. Junpei turned back to his work. And heard a faint sound from the other room. The sound of bones breaking. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Junpei returned to his search with renewed vigor. Ah, lovely. What's up? He said, cradling his broken arms and legs. You going back already? Well, I can't just leave June there by herself. Why, you think you're a knight or protector or something? Creeping me out. Whatever, man. I'm going. Alright, there's actually a room over here. A shower room! That's the bathroom wall. There's square tiles all over it. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to go into the other shower room. Shower curtains, huh? Let's try closing it. Now I can see the full expanse of the shower curtain. Oh, it's waterproof glory. There's nothing. Suspicious. It's just a normal old shower curtain. A narrow shower. And I'm standing in it with June. This is awkward. Time to open the curtain! Now let's check the toilet. There's nothing there. Tank's empty too. There isn't even any water in it. Yeah, why don't we go back to the living room? Okay, let's go back. I'm gonna check up on them. Okay, supposed to go in here. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. Whoa, look! Junpei! There's a mushroom growing out of the wall! That's a shower head. Thing's a little shelf for putting soap on. Oh, right. There's a curtain rod running along the ceiling. Let's put that shower curtain on those hooks. Start spreading the curtains. Wow, that's a pretty obvious peephole. Somebody's really dedicated. Oh, with the hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted to be caught. So you're saying maybe the one getting spied on was into that shit? Maybe they're into, like, those home invasion fantasies. Home invasion? Interesting. I see. You two are real idiots, you know that? Let's try spreading the curtains. There's a hole in the curtain. But look at it from a ways back. I can see a single tile. Alright. From here, I can see what this tile is. Looks like it's 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Fifth from the top, 3rd to the right. There's so much, you don't have to keep coming back here. Psst. No, that's not what this is. You're just being, like, bridged between the two rooms. Uh-huh. You just keep telling yourself that. I'll get out of here and go help June. Here it is! Yes, this one's loose! I think I can get under this with my nails and... Yes! Who would have thought this would be hidden in the bathroom, huh? In the bathroom! You did a good job finding it. So one side is designed like the rest of the bathroom tiles, and the other side is the black and white design. I think I've seen that pattern somewhere before. There's a tile in the frame, so I guess I'm supposed to put tiles in the empty spaces. Alright, I'm gonna give it a shot! I'm pretty sure this goes over here, and that rotates that way, and rotate that. Yes! I did it! There, picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside. Whoa! This is one of those Mars symbols! The door at the end of the hallway has the same symbol engraved on the keyhole. Then that's gotta mean... Yes! We can use this key to get through that door! Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down. What's the deal with this picture anyway? Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused. I think I've seen this picture before. Where? In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book. What's this interesting theory? Morphogenetic field, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache. Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued. It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, He states that the shapes of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye. What's part of that isn't difficult exactly? Lotus did not look pleased. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it is close enough for a simple approximation. Santa suddenly burst into laughter. Are you serious? Who do you think we are, kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that. Yes, I agree. Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict. I've read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book. Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke. Hey, what do you think this picture looks like? Santa answered first. What do you mean? Isn't it just like an abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it. What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you? I guess it looks like... This is the funniest thing in the game. This is one of the funniest things in the game. A Funyarimpa? See? I mean, this totally looks like one. Here. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funyarimpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funyarimpa? You don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarimpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman. Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See? Like this. Lotus pointed out parts of the picture, and eventually a dog took shape in them. It looked as though she had a point. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement. So, now we know it's a picture of what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us. Lotus nodded and began to speak. A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. It took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. The first picture was a woman wearing a hat. The other one? Well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the pictures to other parts of the world where British radio and television didn't reach. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects. All in all, there were roughly 1,000 people. Those 1,000 people were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results in and of themselves were not terribly interesting. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then, 2 days later, they broadcast a new show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it would be assumed that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture now total over 200,000 people. After another 2 days had passed, they gathered a number of research subjects from areas where British TV and radio did not exist. This time, they were only able to find a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them were people who had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were shocking. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test had yielded a 9.2% success rate. The change was not statistically significant. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog grew from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So, do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There is no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen the picture. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean? Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she were very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight into Lotus's eyes. Does this have something to do with that field or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye? So if more people know the answer, that information will pass through the field? Psych! Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off. Oh, I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station, after all. At last, it seemed like Santa had gained control of his composure. Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I really thought you were serious. Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it was all pseudoscience. Oh, okay, right. Santa and Lotus laughed, gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear. All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here. Word. Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture. But Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog. A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field theory. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. All right, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door. Okay, roger that. Yes, it unlocked. Good job, Junpei. Good, now we can get going. Come on, what are you standing around for? Let's get out of here. All right, saving the stage just in case there's an achievement bug. I doubt there will be, but you know. I'm just doing my due diligence. Come on, Joofy, let's go. All right, let's go. You found it. Time for checkout. Achievement unlocked. Time for checkout. They stepped through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway. Junpei, June, Lotus, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. A short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway. They took hold and shook, but it refused to move. Nearby was a pair of elevators. It took only a few button presses to determine that the elevators would not respond to their efforts. They could only assume the elevators were not powered. There was only one door left. Well, looks like we don't have any choice. Yeah. Sure does. Well then, let's open it. Junpei grabbed a hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. He entered slowly, trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly. Oh, so it's a kitchen. Santa did not look pleased. What were you expecting? Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here. You really think it'd be that easy? Yeah, I know. Still. As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room. Until at last she stood in front of a door. If we could just get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier. But don't we need a key for that? Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked terribly happy. Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did... Hey! What's that? Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of B-Deck. Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him. She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself. I knew it. See? Look. Junpei did as he was told. Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well. See? We came in here. If you go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate. With her finger, Lotus traced a path on the map. She was right. Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei. He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket. There's a card reader on the right side of the door. Then that means the key card is somewhere in here, right? That seems most likely. Alright, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say you split up and look for clues. Okay. Okay, we're in the kitchen. Those 9 plates look pretty expensive. There are plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Okay. Well, excuse me, princess. Yay! Zelda CDI reference. Lovely. Oh wait, no, not Zelda CDI, but the Zelda cartoon reference. Okay, well that's a sink. Still got water in it. There are a couple plates in there, but I don't think they're gonna help us much. A whetstone. What are you planning to do with that? Oh shit, don't tell me you're gonna try and smash open the card reader. Are you an idiot? If you do that, then we'll never get out of here. Oh. Yeah, I guess that would be bad, huh? This whetstone's only useful if I need to sharpen something. Oh, countertop. There's a rolling pin in colander here. Nothing useful. A trash can. There's nothing inside of it. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. Maybe this table is for preparing food. There are plates everywhere. Alright, it's going. Do you think this was all part of Zero's plan? Probably. Kinda hard to believe there's a chef on board somewhere. That is what I would call a good point. What I've got here is a pot and frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Oh, I guess we could use some of those. I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Hey man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? Okay, how many references are actually gonna be in this in this route? This is the door we came in through. It's not locked, so we could go back out, but what's the point, right? Well, it's out there as an iron gate and a dead-end hallway. Yep. Might as well be locked for all good going back out there do. 1, 2, 3. 10 of them. If you flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for a plate. They're soup plates. They're made that way so that the soup doesn't spill. If you ever get out of here, you should treat yourself to a nice dinner out. How much do you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that? I think there are 15 of these plates. Assuming they're for seafood. I'm assuming they're for seafood. How the hell can you tell that? It looks just like any other plate from the 90-cent store. If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're going to embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for June. Why the hell are you bringing up June? A lady doth protest too much, methinks. You are not terribly subtle. There's a bunch of little wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. Ugh, you really are ignorant, aren't you? Come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. There's a voucher at the end of the counter. This voucher doesn't match the number of plates on the table. It says, appetizer mine, dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F on the voucher. And the plates on the table are 9 appetizers, 16 meat, 10 soup, 15 seafood. Maybe they're using hexadecimal here. And hexadecimal is... it's a number system that goes 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, 10, 11... You're familiar with base 10, right? That's the normal system of numbers. Base 10 equivalents for hexadecimal numbers would go like this. A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, D equals 13, E equals 14, F equals 15, and 10 equals 16. The 10 becomes 16 in base 10. I know it sounds strange, but you can think of it as just 6 letters added onto the normal number system after 9. I think I get it. A partition. There's something special about it. 9 plates for 9 is 9, even in hexadecimal and decimal. There are 10 soup plates. 10 is A and is in hexadecimal. There are 15 of these seafood plates. It says F on the voucher. There are 16 meat plates. 16 is written as 10 in hexadecimal. That is nuts! Hey, it's convenient! If you're doing, like, certain programming applications and stuff. Wow, this pot looks like it's made out of silver. I bet drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with June drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me? Junpei? Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. Hey, there's something behind the cheese. You're right. Why don't we move some of the cheese? Alright guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. There's a little green bottle back there. Oh, look, cooking oil. You probably use this to make something slippery. Okay. A rusty knife. I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this. The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was. It's futile. Futile? You know, waste, useless, pointless. Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up? Oh, no reason, really. I was just thinking about futility. She wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing his question. Why were you thinking about futility? At last, she answered. Well, it has something to do with the Titanic. The Titanic? Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? No, I haven't. What is it? In 1892, 14 years before the Titanic sank, a novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause, and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly. It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead, both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. And in the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank. I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships. Right. I knew you'd say that. But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing? What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about that thing where someone says they're possessed by a spirit, and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing? Yes. What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull. Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When the Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing was about being possessed by spirits of dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff? That's not it. What's not it? Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing. What are you smoking? William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes. 20 years before it happened. He decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably. Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay? Huh? But her voice trailed off and she glanced at the floor, troubled. Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. You're really in trouble. I know I'm just repeating myself, but this is really a futility moment. That blade is so rusty. Yeah, I know. Can't cut a damn thing with a knife like this. If we're gonna cut anything, we probably have to sharpen the knife. Well, maybe I'll use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. I should be able to cut something pretty good with this. Wow, it's so shiny. Did you sharpen it, Junpei? Yep. Now we can use it to cut something soft. What else? There's so much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans. This is probably a pantry. There's milk in here. Milk in an iron barrel. Judging by the rust, it's probably really old. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I don't think it'd be a pretty sight. It's a note. It's got a bunch of stuff written on it, but it doesn't look like a code or anything like that. It's a bolt, and it's really rusty. Will this even open? I don't know until we try. Let's give it a shot. All right, let's see if you're gonna come out. Damn, no dice. Well, no dice for now. This bolt is rusting, but it won't budge. Of course, if I put some oil on it. Hey! Just a little bit of oil and... Come on, you little son of a bitch! Whoa! Ha, yes! Gotcha, you little bastard! You did it, Junpei! You're so smart! As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. It's cold in here! What is this place? Are you blind? It's a freezer! Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was an even worse situation. Oh, no way! That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to pass on this one. I'm gonna leave the rest to you. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in. Whoa, it's really cold in here. White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. Hey, you don't need to be in here. You got a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. You got this. No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now. But... Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. Don't worry, Lotus, I'll keep your... Oh my god, Aiden, shut up! Oh! Man. You got me good. In unison, they spun around, only to find the door had only recently come through. Find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Gasp. Junpei rushed to the door. Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. Ow! It was cold. Beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful. The doorknob had been frozen solid. They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured. Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door. Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door! She wasted no time in responding. What do you want? What's going on? The door won't open! Try opening it from that side! Please? Ah, fine. You say so. Hold on. Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. And the grunting ceased and they could hear light panting as if from exertion. It's no use. It won't budge. You got more people in there. You figured it out. God damn it. Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. Anyway, let's find a way out. Don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents. 2 hits are better than none. Sure, we'll figure something out. Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay? Right. They pushed in close to one another and began to search. Oh ho ho ho! Who's ready? Who's ready for some of my favorite stuff in the game? Again! It's really hard. It's frozen stiff. Hey June, can you say that again? Eh? Say it again. It's really hard. Again. It's really hard. Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red. Nothing, I'm fine. If it's that hard, you could probably use it as a hammer. Yeah, good point. Maybe you can use it to break something. Or they just use the knife to break the ice open the door. Yeah, that solution doesn't work. So I'm just, you know. You know. Junpei, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Maybe we can use this to crush something. Junpei, your chunk of meat. It's rock solid. Maybe we can use this to crush something. Junpei, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Nom nom. Don't eat it! Maybe we can use this to crush something. Of course it doesn't work, otherwise it wouldn't be a game. I'm like, come on, people. I mean, here. Maybe. No good. I can't hit it hard enough to break it. Maybe it just needs more of a shock, you know? More of a shock. There's ice around the doorknob. A water bottle. Yes, it is. And a rope. It's a rope. Well, we can use it to attach something else, I suppose. There isn't anything else in here that looks useful. There's some frozen meat up there. It looks like pork. What's this? It looks like a tag or something. Junpei, is there some paper in that meat? I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. Try and pull it out, it would probably rip. You need to defrost that. I don't think we're going to be doing that in this room. There's water dripping from this pipe. It's like when the pipe burst, the water hit the doorknob and froze it in place. This water actually seems almost warm. There's warm water flowing from the pipe. Why don't you put the water in the water bottle we just found? Why would we do that? It'll turn into ice. And what the hell are we gonna do with ice? We're gonna be ice in a few minutes! I don't know. Ugh. Where's that? Fortunately, the doorknob's covered in ice. It's a thin pipe. Everything's frozen in here. Oh, look, there's anything else interesting. Okay, I think I need to start combining things, so, oh, never mind. It's pretty small. I think I can fit anything pretty big enough. Wait a minute. I know there's supposed to be dry ice in here. Maybe it's in here? Oh, yep. Dry ice? Did you make that stuff cause an explosion if you sealed it in something that's airtight? Explode? Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas. Okay. Now I can crush the dry ice. Alright, the dry ice is all in pieces now. And combine it with the water bottle. I'm gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. So you put the dry ice in the water bottle, so you put the dry ice in the water bottle, Junpei? If it explodes, it could probably blast away the ice on the door. So how are we gonna get it to stay against the doorknob? And let's just tie a rope on here. Hey, why don't we use that rope to tie that bottle into the doorknob? Just have to put some water in it, and then if we can give it a good whack with something, kaboom! It'll explode and break the ice off the door. Then what are we waiting for? I can't take this cold any longer. Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeve so as to avoid burning himself. Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right? Yeah, it is. Wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again. Hell if I know. How's that gonna help us anyway? Oh well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here. They were about to move on when June spoke up. Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that and it'll turn to a gas. Any lower and it becomes a solid. Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded. How do you know that? Despite my looks, I'm the queen of random knowledge. Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb? Yes. That's right. You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you? June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself. Come on, guys, don't you think that's kind of weird? Wonder why it hasn't turned into a liquid first. Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei, however, was not in the mood to discuss science. It did seem rather odd to Junpei, and he couldn't help but think about it. June answered. But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure, it won't turn into a liquid, right? That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating, and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one. See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees, so why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide? June replied with an answer that stunned both of them. There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into a liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees. Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees? You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees? Yeah. Well, you can also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees. Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June. So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called? I heard it's called Ice 9. Ice 9? Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author, Kurt Vonnegut! But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists. Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9? Or is it water? Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid, and if it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different. So you're saying that normal water and this Ice 9 are like that? Yep. She wasn't finished. Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it, and did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin that was en route to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Naturally, scientists worldwide wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin and began asking for samples of the seed. A seed is, of course, a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be a simple matter. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, nearby samples did as well. It didn't end there. After that day, all glycerin in the world began to crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. Once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like... how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. Junpei was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story. Wow. That's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9? To his surprise, it was Santa, not June, who answered. What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean? A lot like... That would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man, it'd be the end of the world. Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern. At any rate, we're not going to have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick. He was right. Junpei shivered. Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kind of at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. Seriously. I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. Freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? Gotta find a way out of here. Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him. Selfish, isn't he? Thought Junpei to himself. Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search. The story of Ice 9 had him interested, but there'd be time to think about that once they'd gotten out of the freezer. Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed a search of the room. And hey, we got this thing ready! Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door. Junpei pulled out the water bottle filled with dry ice. Let a good amount of water fall in, then quickly seal it up tight. The makeshift bomb complete, he tied it to the doorknob as quickly as he could manage in the cold. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now? Just need to give it a little tap. The bottle's already about to pop. Just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off on its own. Small rock? Small rock. Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across over pieces of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he'd crushed earlier. Alright, that's how to do the trick. He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned and grabbed the chunk of dry ice. It was a pretty good size. About as big as a pool ball. We figured it would be just about the right size. Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere. Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern. Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius? There isn't really anywhere big enough. Yeah, there is. Look, right here. You can hide in there. Junpei would pull open the door to the small cellar. Come on, get inside, quick! Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide, even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw. Alright, here it goes! 3, 4, 5... You're counting the wrong way! Oops. That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man. Sorry, dude. Alright, for real this time. You guys ready? Yes. Whenever you're ready. Just throw the damn thing. Alright, here I go. 3, 2, 1... Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. The same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June. Just as... Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door. Junpei! The ice on the door! Is it gone? Yeah, it's gone! The blast must have shattered it. Yes, alright, let's see if it opens. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once. Hooray! We're out! June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor. Move! Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed. No! God damn it! Fuck! He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage. But where was Lotus? It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. Oh, welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys. With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her. What were you doing? What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting. We were gonna die! Oh yeah? But you didn't, so everything worked out alright, didn't it? What the hell? Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried. Don't give me that crap. I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find anything. So all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops? It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth. Fine. There's one thing I have to ask you. What's that? You didn't close the door, did you? What? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too. She was right, and Junpei knew it. Without them, she'd be in very serious trouble. It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure. If Lotus had really wanted to kill them, all she would have had to do was bar the door from the outside. And she hadn't. Well, she hadn't done anything. The most she was guilty of was laziness, or negligence, not attempted murder. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. Oh, yes, well, that's alright, as long as you understand. Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus. Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death. How rude. I was plenty busy. Yeah, how about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go. Hey, Turnery game begins again. Chunk of pork. Guess we'll put this meat on the grill. Hey, what are you doing? What are you gonna do if the paper burns? Come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? You just gotta keep an eye on it, and the paper will be fine. Well, they can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. Cool, looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try taking the paper out. Junpei, be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ouch! See? I told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. So are we gonna have to cut the meat? Yeah, looks that way. Well, alright, now that I sharpen the knife. Yes, I cut the pork. Awesome, Junpei. Now I can cut out the paper. C plus 10 plus F. Do you think it's some kind of code? Damn it, they're just screwing around. Junpei, do you know what C and F stand for? Yeah, it's 12 and 15, respectively, and has a hexadecimal. Do you think maybe it means corporate finance? I thought it was clever and funny. C plus 10 plus F. Okay. food is put here after prepare, so the waiters and waitresses can take it to the customers. But something doesn't seem right here. Why are there so many plates? There are 10 soup plates. 10 is A in it. Okay, I think what I have to do is sum all the numbers up. I think. Okay, so 9 plus 10. 15. 6. All right, then it was C plus C plus 10 plus F. 12 plus 15 plus 16. And that number is 5D in X, so maybe. Or wait. This is probably what you're supposed to use to enter the password. Maybe put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. Junpei, maybe the note you found earlier. Yeah, I know. You're not under those numbers? I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. So basically, whenever, yeah, I know how to use number pads. Come on. Huh? This is weird. Hey, you're just punching random numbers, aren't you? Maybe you just enter it like it said in the hint. Ah, shut up! Just shut up! Okay, where is the... That's C plus 10 plus F on the note. C plus 10 plus... Okay, so 12 plus 16 plus 15. So plus 9 plus 10 plus 15 plus 16. Yeah, 5D. Okay, so okay, I forgot the solution to this problem. Oh, wait a minute. These plates were a red herring. I was supposed to just put in 43. I made it more complicated for myself, I guess. Sounds like metal is falling. Well, I guess that went well. Yeah, the door opened. Good job, Junpei. It's like a lowercase h, but with the line next to it is throwing me off. This is the symbol for Saturn. Remember? There's an elevator next to the main staircase. Wasn't there a mark like this on the card reader next to it? Oh yeah, I remember that. I guess that means that card ain't gonna help us get out of this room then. I'm not sure. Why don't we try it out? Yes! I think it's unlocked now! You did it, Junpei! Let's get out of here. Yes, let's go! Yay, we found it! Cat's Cradle! Name of the stream, name of the achievement. They stepped out of the kitchen and ran to a hallway that looked rather familiar. A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were two elevators in the entrance to the kitchen. They had entered the kitchen from one door and come out the other. That meant their map of the ship's interior was accurate. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. There were 4 possible routes. A, B, C, and D. First, A and B. A and B both seemed to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the two doors that led to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was Route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase. That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway? No, I don't think we will. Why not? Look, there, by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? We went into the kitchen. It was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means? They opened it. Most likely. Then if we take Route C, we're going backwards. That would be pointless. Then that means... All 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship. Route D, then. D it is. Yep, Route D. Then we're set. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck underneath. Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror. As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort for the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. They turned back to C deck. It didn't take them long to find the 2 elevators in front of the stairs. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor, with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between them. On the card reader was a strange mark. Hey, look, it's Lotus's symbol. Huh? See, it's the one symbol with a thorn on it. With a thorn on it. That seems like... Ouch! 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 Those had taken a hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growling coming from her throat. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up. This is a Mercury symbol. The thorn symbolizes the wings on Hermes' staff. Hermes, herpes, whatever. We can't get this thing to work. These elevators aren't going anywhere. In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it. Probably. They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. The hallway stretched out to the left. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging. Damn it! Try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them. I think the sun already set. I have a feeling the ship is the only thing that's gonna be going down anytime soon. That's even worse! Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we? Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To their right was a small hallway. Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors. Let's open it. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak. What the hell is this? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room swam with the harsh, biting smell of antiseptic. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large, single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. And the rightmost door had an 8. There could be no doubt. They were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at the doors. Yes, that sounds like a good plan. Junpei headed towards the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. It's no use. Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the nonary game? We have to activate the red or the numbered doors won't. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? No one was inside, it said vacant. Oh yeah, you're right. But this one... there's nothing on it. You're glad you're not on this adventure and you wouldn't be able to concentrate. I know, right? It'd be so tense, man. I wonder if it's broken. Only one way to find out. It didn't respond. All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever, and still it did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely. The red on door 7 also refused to respond. Lotus would have you distracted the whole time, and you'd be of no use to anyone. Okay, now that's why you would probably be in a completely different group from her half the time. Let's be real. Because remember, if you don't do anything, everyone else would die! The red on the door 7 also refused to respond, and door 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean? I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance. No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who repaired all this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake? Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working. It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them. I believe the bottom of the device has been removed. They spun around to see... Snake! But it was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and 7 quickly filed into the room as well. Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised. You would have to be. You never choose to be, but you... Yeah, someone restrain this man! How? How did you end up here? After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through, and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died. But they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. There you have it, our half of the story. This part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent and thought. Then he spoke. Okay, let me see if I got this all straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone. And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything. So you figured that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors. So you went in and had a look? Yeah. While you were looking around, you heard voices? Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here. Indeed. And that was how we found you. Junpei examined the three Reds again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, thin gap. It looked like a slot for something. Probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. If the Red is inactive, we can't keep going. Well, what about the hallway over there? Is there anything else we can go? No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else. Hospital rooms? That's what's behind all those doors? Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one. There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked. There was an astrological number engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter. Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere. I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. Of all people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence. Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic. The Gigantic? Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else. What is this Gigantic? Seven knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain. The Gigantic... He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships, who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gurdain purchased her. Lord Gurdain, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As this obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate. She was identical to her sister ship, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gurdain's eye. So you're saying this Lord Gurdain bought this ship? Yeah, at least I think I am. That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down. Just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof? Proof? Proof that this ship really is the Gigantic. Well, the ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic in a hospital ship. So I just figured... Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason. No, I've got more. Like? Well, I mean... Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth. I don't know. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back, is it? Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, wait a minute. Memory isn't back? Junpei was, he felt, legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why? Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before I ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. What? Then, almost as to save Junpei from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. It's midnight. And we still got 6 hours left, right? We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. Gotta find these missing parts for the Reds. What do you mean find? How on earth do you propose we do that? We looked everywhere in this room. There only leaves one place to look. One? Well, I guess that's not really right. Wait! Don't tell me you mean we need to search all the other rooms! Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them. 4 rooms. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. Each person does 6 rooms. That'll be 48 rooms, right? So there are 48 rooms left? Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I don't know. After a little more discussion, they split up and headed toward the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in a large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. You got Diz on searching rooms with Lotus. Oh my god, Aiden! Keep it in your pants, man! If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However... And we caught up to where, we caught up to a convergence in the timeline. So yeah, we saw all this before. And let's finish searching. Yeah, Alright, Junpei, which door do you want? Alright, well, let's just go through door 8. Let's go through the remaining door we haven't been through yet. I think I'm gonna go with door 8. Okay, 8 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 7. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There are only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through door 7, 3, 5, 8, and go through door 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through 7 with 4, 5, 7, and go through 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through 7 with 3, 6, 7, and go through 8 with 458. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But if he knew if they were going to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the system to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Come on, you're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went through the number 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably? She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. Oh, I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Oh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will go into separate groups. Figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. We might spend a while searching one room, but it'll be a thorough search. Aiden, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I know this is a collaborative exercise, but not that collaborative! Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move. At Santa's command, the group split and headed for the respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Yeah. Yes. And shall we go? The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stopped forward to follow them. Convergence in the timeline? Yeah! You know, like Steins Gate! Kind of, not really. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. 81 seconds left! Hurry! Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could. Phew. It stopped. With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm. Aloof, perhaps. Pointless. she muttered to herself, without emotion, and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys. Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead end. Set into the wall on the left side was a large iron door. For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it. A laboratory, huh? That doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place. Me either, but there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices. Junpei. Huh? Please, you first. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect. Ugh. Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division. Junpei walked to the window and looked through. What the hell? He wasn't sure what else to say. In the center of a room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table. That looks so creepy. Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him. You don't think that thing is gonna suddenly set up or something, do you? Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know. Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying. She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white. It was then that Junpei noticed Clover. She was still standing at the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow sad. There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could, spoke. Are you okay? Clover looked away. What are you talking about? What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet. What? I can't be quiet if I want to? Well, I mean, of course you can. I just... Okay then, if I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay? Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together. Clover bit her lip and was silent for a moment, and suddenly, Junpei, you just don't get it! Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps, alarmed. My brother's not the kind of person who just leave me behind! Something happened to him. Something bad. Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them. What happened? Clover's eyes slid to Lotus and back to Junpei. Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone. Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away. Hey! Wait, Clover! Hold on! Might as well have been talking to a wall, for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in. What the heck? What's going on here? Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could. Hang on! I'll get it open! Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... Ah! 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 Damn it, it's not moving! Oh, wait! Are you just gonna give up just like that? No, I'm not giving up. This gotta be another one of Zero's puzzles. If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it. Junpei nodded. Just what I was thinking. Just what I was thinking. All we gotta do is find it. Most I can look around here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there. Oh, yes, I'm on it. All right, new escape room. Junpei, do something, please! Oh boy. A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. Ethanol. Ethanol. I wonder if this is for antisepsis. Oh, it says anhydrous ethanol. Anhydrous? Is that different from the regular ethanol? Come on, that's common knowledge. Anhydrous ethanol is a powerful cleaner. Can't even erase marks left by a permanent marker. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oops, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. Got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Just sticking the power cable in isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing is supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. Power cable, huh? I'll take that! This is definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran anything that didn't have power? Monitor doesn't have a power cable. So one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor. And the other end needs to be plugged in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Oh shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? The cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Is this, like, an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. Well, if I only use the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? Yeah, sure. Oh, this is a permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how you're erasing from a permanent marker? Erasing from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Okay, so I do have to go over to the bars. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I gonna wipe? What am I gonna wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Kidding! Just kidding! Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Hey, boxes! There's some papers and stuff. What's in the box? Looks like it's quite full. As far as I can tell, there's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. It's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Yeah, there's supposed to be like a rag somewhere. Hey Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Yeah, she does kind of have to crouch down to get a look under there. Cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it! Okay, could you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but... What? Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just the plug? What? Plug? Oh, maybe more like a connector? It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless! Not useless at all! That's just what we were looking for. Okay, can you hold on for a little bit? Back down she goes. All right, unplugged. I'll hand it over to you over the bars, okay? Anyway, can you wipe off that permanent ink? Look, Clover, right now at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this. You trust me. I feel kind of special. Hey, Clover. And she's just wandering around the table. I don't think she even knows we're calling her. Wait, did I get added to my inventory? No. Something's sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. You know what's off the table? Use. Huh? Soak it in ethanol, then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with the ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol, and... Junpei! It's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off! Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you got a pen and notebook, right? Did you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay, Roger. What's up with that hint? Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Paper with numbers on it acquired. No material connected to the file screen. Okay. Clover's note. 3412. Okay. This is a really old type of keyboard. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We can figure out a way out of here. I wonder what this cable's connected to. Okay, one side of this thing is in the room with us. The other side is connected to the laboratory where Clover is. In other words, the console in front of us is connected to the device in the laboratory. There are two levers here. Do you think they activate something? Why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. Ah! Well then. What do? Control for an electronic door lock. There's a red light on the display. That means it's locked. We can get that light to turn green, then maybe we can get Clover back. Wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. Oh, we're just holding a two-pronged plug. We should get it from over by the bars. Well, I've asked her for it. Here you go. Two-prong plug. Thanks. Okay, put the two-prong plug on the head of this power cable. Fits perfectly. This should be just what we need. Alright, I've got the two-pronged power cable in my hand. Pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. Let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor. With a soft hum, it turned on. Strings of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this. It looks like a Linux. Looks like Linux. Like a Linux terminal. Huh? It's actually working? So it would seem. Isn't that kind of weird? What? Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. Only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So why is it working? Maybe it's a wireless display. Clearly, this is a reasonable explanation to Lotus. A wireless display? Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly. Hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei? You most certainly had not, but is that normal? Yes, at least where I worked. As they spoke, lines of letters suddenly stopped and disappeared. The only thing left on the screen was the word pass, followed by a colon. It looks like we need to enter a password. Again. There must be a hint around here somewhere. Would you go take a look? Yeah, I'm on it. What are you gonna do? I'll see if I can do something about this on my own. On your own? Yep, on my own. Lotus put over the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She knitted her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her arm back left, then right. Alright, let's kick some ass. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. And before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of keys running together like machine gun fire. What? Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words. Didn't expect that, did you? Of course I didn't! Lotus grinned, pleased with herself. Well, at any rate, that was pretty amazing. Did you fall for me again? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean, again? I'm not into you. I know. Don't be so stubborn, shy boy. I'm not being stubborn, I'm not shy, and I'm not a boy. I'm a young, healthy 21-year-old man. I'm not gonna fall for an old lady like you. Suddenly, the guttural roar of a furious animal filled the room. Or so Junpei thought for just a moment. Lotus's hand suddenly stopped and her shoulders stiffened. Old lady? Did you just say, old lady? Ah, crap, thought Junpei. I went too far. Oh well, it was a nice life while it lasted. I've had enough of you. Go somewhere else. You're bothering me. What? Go see if you can find a password hint or something. I'll try and open this from here. You're distracting me. Go! Go now! Lotus waved her hand in the universal gesture of dismissal. Junpei was clearly not wanted. Time to cut my losses, Junpei thought, and left as quietly and inoffensively as he could. Junpei wandered around the room for a while, looking for anything that might help find the password for the computer. Yeah, he's about to get his butt whooped! Unfortunately, he found no clues whatsoever. Nothing. He asked Clover if there was anything useful in the laboratory, but her answer was no. Damn, he thought. Looks like we've hit a dead end this time. But just as he was about to tell Lotus that his search had returned nothing. Alright! Bullseye! Junpei, I did it! Excited cheering erupted from near the monitor. He hurried back to find Lotus looking rather smug. She gestured for him to look at the screen, and he did. The strange text from before was gone, and its place was something entirely different. 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. What is that? I don't have any idea. It just showed up after I cracked the password. You think it's a puzzle? It certainly looks like one. As she spoke, Lotus stood up. Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff? I can't do any more. It won't let me do any more programming. See, the keyboard... Nothing. So there's nothing more I can do. I guess I'll leave it to you then, Junpei. What? Let me take a break, alright? I did my part. I wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself. From here on out, he told himself, he would rely on no one else. Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Yeah, yep, I know how to solve this puzzle. One, two, three, four. Okay. Yes, I know. All right, I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where'd it come from? Here. Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green. They must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. What's in here? Keys? There's more than one key in here. This one is small, looks like it goes to some sort of machine. This one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on the A deck. Oh, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now as for the other key... What key is this? From the shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh! What is it? I wonder, maybe this is the activation key for that thing? The activation key? Yes, it has to be! I feel good about this. It was just that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover. Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute? He put the puzzle aside for a moment, walked over to Clover. What's up? Well... Never mind. Hey, hold on, what is... Sorry, just forget about it. It's nothing. Before he could say anything else, she spun around and ran back down the stairs. What the hell was that? After waiting a few minutes to see if she would return, Junpei sighed, shook his head, and went back to searching. This key. The shape sure seems like it goes into this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on now. And it's full of letters. Showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Nothing about that room has changed. The levers down now. Not very impressive. Junpei! This thing in here is on now! Yeah, it's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here. Turn, turn, turn. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Mechanical lighting on the exam table. It's the monitor. There are a whole lot of people that are on this table. Wash basin, more commonly known as a sink. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff of the cables. I can see wires inside. Those are the stairs that came down. Bars in the gate are just above me. I guess this drain is for water, huh? Well, there's nothing here. Got strippings from the table already. Oh, there's gotta be something I missed, right? Maybe if you increase the voltage? Roger, will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit. What? I think, Oh my god! The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. Yo, what the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Junpei! It's so hot in here! Help me! Junpei, look at the light! Yeah, it's green. Emergency system is activated and disable the lock. We can save Clover! Junpei! I can't jump! She's safe! Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. I'm gonna close this door again, I think. Clover! Are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead! Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now we need to get the hell out of here. Fire's not gonna stay in that room forever. And the door slowly swings open. Explanatory gap. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them. All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down. All right, let's go. They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked. Soon, they had tried all of the doors but one. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway. Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged to Junpei! He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them. June, Santa, and Seven. They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Hey! What are you guys doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Guys, could you come over here? She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There's something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. Most likely, they assumed, it was a map for the floor they were on. Door 7 and Door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact... Yeah, isn't that what I said? If we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. Might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. As one, they all moved back to the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. The tremendous Central Hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. Oh, yep, okay, and this is where we converge once again. A key? Seven smiled. Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here. Seven tossed something small and metallic toward Junpei. He caught it and found that the object was a key. On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol. I'm gonna let you hold on to that, alright? Yeah, got it. Junpei tucked the new key into his pocket. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Earth key, which had been found in the laboratory. The Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. The Jupiter key, which Seven had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, yep, and there's, we converge again. And of course, there's a reason. Make it all like... Oh! I accidentally clicked the wrong one! Okay, we saw that last time. Yeah, we're going through all this whole spiel again. They found Snake's dead body. All right, let's go through the remaining door now. Door 1. My choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although we'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6, and put the paper at door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. He put the paper that said door 1 in his left hand and the paper that read door 2 in his right. When the drawing began, he saw to it that he drew last. The rest was easy. If he wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand, and his right hand if he wanted door 2. Of course, if you wanted door 6, that would be simple. All you need to do is switch nothing and say 6 had been what he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. You got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated. Very well, we've decided who will go through door 1. It'll be Clover, Junpei, and myself. 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 10, because 1 plus 0 equals 1. Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams. June and I want door 6. Lotus and I want door 2. That's not good. You can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6. 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24, becomes 2 plus 4 equals 6. Sure thing. I don't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, we got a younger girl with us that'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well,
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. After all, he knew he would see her again. If we find that 9 doors, 0 ain't gonna split us up. Might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's just how the Nornery game works. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck. They took out the Earth key and opened the door to the left. It opened, and they walked through. It was just as Santa and Lotus had said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it. A numbered door. To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red. Ace went first, and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk lit to light, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Shall I pull it? Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head. Very well then, let's go. 3, 2, 1. The door opened. They stumbled into the room. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is! Over there! Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as they were fighting for it. It stopped. Yes, it did. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. It was the third time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There was another door, different from the one they'd entered through. He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open. So, this is the wheelhouse? He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigated the wheelhouse next. You investigate the wheelhouse next door. Very well. Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something! Okay, I will. Alright then, let's get started. I mean, I would get started. But it's been nearly 5 hours. It's been nearly 5 hours, and I need to save. I need to save. And boom! Yes, I would like to quit. Oh, boy, that was a stream. Holy cow. Woo! Man. So good. I had a lot of fun tonight, y'all. This is great. Just reading and going from something sweet and cute, to something like scary and violent. It's, the duality of man, you could say. All right, well, I don't think I'm gonna raid out again. Well, actually, I don't know. Let me see. Okay, Thunder streaming. Okay, yeah, we're raiding her. We are raiding her. Ugh. Okay. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and listening. Yeah, I worked pretty hard on editing the story, and yeah, it was still rushed. That was still a rough draft of the edit. That edit was still a rough draft, but hey, it still conveyed the stuff that I wanted to convey. And I got to share with you one of my favorite stories. So, all's well that ends well. It's still really good though. Thank you, Aiden. I'm glad that you enjoyed it too. Next time, I really should just play another game. I mean, 999 is a game. I guess I am playing that, but I haven't done Splatoon in a while. So I should probably, do a Splatoon thing or something. But, I don't know. But until then, whatever happens next, see y'all later. I love you. Good night, everybody. Out of thunder.